Yeah, I really don't know what to expect here. All I have is a beautiful Mr. Green on my screen. We have a starting class of Vagabond with Torch and just a normal spear, I believe.
Mm-hmm.
That's just a normal spear.
Looks like it.
Iron Spear, yeah. So I don't know, not the greatest starting class here, but we'll see them in just a moment once the players are ready to rock and roll. Is there, since we've done quite a few matches now at this point, is there a specific square that you really enjoy seeing players go for?
Ooh, honestly, I mean, I think I'm probably kind of always partial to just Moog. Like I don't know. It's just a fun
Hmm.
fight to watch the players do, and I think it's one of those that if somebody's really good at, it just looks like a thing of beauty.
Yeah,
And
yeah.
if somebody even has like a little bit of weakness on like knowing just one move or something, it's probably gonna get you killed because he just hits so hard. So it's one that it leads to some intense races a lot of the times. It leads to some heartbreak sometimes, but also leads to some very exciting moments. So I'm pretty partial to something like a Moog.
Sounds good. Yeah, that's how I feel with Melania, if I'm being honest. That's how I feel with Melania, because I feel like that fight is also like one small step, and all of a sudden it just absolutely goes south for either player, right? We've seen that. I mean, one of them is generally even Chris. Like, he said this yesterday while I was watching him. He was like, dude, I really got to learn this ghost move, the summoning ghost move from Melania, because that gets people, man. It just gets them. Like, that's like one move that I feel like is still kind of under practiced, if you will. People just hope to run away and get away from it. And it can really catch you off guard if you're in a really bad position. So we'll see how this turns out for these players. We're counting down here now, 10-second countdown for the board. See what the center square is on game one here on the winner's semis bracket side.
Yes, let's see. Ooh, rune level
Ooh,
65
I
center.
like that. I
That's
like that.
scary because it's one that it's like, do you go for specifically by trying to kill, remembrance bosses that give a lot of runes? Do you let it happen naturally as you're doing other squares? Like, it's
Mm-hmm.
a very, very interesting one to play around where
Mm-hmm.
both of them are probably going to try to get it passively, but then at some point someone's going to go, I'm scared the other person's going to get it. Let me go kill
Right.
Melania. Let me go kill Moog. Let me go do something to accelerate this. And level 65, that is a high level for it as well, because that is one of those variable squares. I think it can be 55, 60, or 65. Is that right?
Correct. Yeah, this is the highest
Yeah.
variance, I believe, of this square specifically. So there's going to be a lot of money. We do see some very interesting squares here as well that could give you that type of money, which is Restore Morgoth's Great Rune. So killing Morgoth here is a good chunk of cash. We have Godskin Noble and Volcano Man without statuses. Killing Rykard, as we know, is a lot of money. We have access to Melania if need be. We have Radahn on the board here as well. So we have quite a few options. Kill both Estelles in the Consecrated Snowfield and down in the Lake of Rot. So that's a good chunk of cash here as well. So there is a lot of money on the board specifically. What we do also have, which I think is really interesting, is we have both the Kill Remembrance Boss Sorcery and Incantation. So the two different versions here. We'll see how the players kind of deal with that. Is it a pick and choose? Is it trying to do both? I think that's going to be really interesting. The sorcery one, I do really think, is stronger on this board compared to the incantation one because we have collect 6 staves and 12 sorceries. So you kind of already are giving yourself more options while also being able to get a square on the board at the same time. So I think
Definitely.
that feels really strong here. What do you think of the board?
One thing that I notice, and it's something that I notice quite a bit, is there is a good reason to do Radahn early. Not only is Radahn a square himself, but there's also Killer Remembrance Boss Colossal Armament only, something that they have a few guaranteed checks for. So I do expect we're probably going to see that relatively early. You would think, oh, Radahn is like this great rune boss, like you probably get way set up, and then he's going to happen in the mid game or the late game. A lot of players will do him like either very first thing, or they'll do like one rush square first, then they'll go to Radahn.
Yeah.
And that is what I expect to see. As far as rush squares go, there's 3 friendly NPCs in the bottom right. That can be done very, very early, especially with this Wild Strikes on Great Omen Killer Cleaver. You can just shred through NPCs.
Yeah.
As well as kill the Millicent Invader in Kaled in the very, very top middle. That one you can just baboosh her without having a weapon set up. And then the other one that they might go for early that I'm seeing is Somberstone Bell Bearings 1 and 2, because you want to do those tunnels anyway as a means of collecting upgrade materials for your weapons.
Yeah.
So those are ones that I'm seeing that I could expect that they might go for as a very, very first square.
Yeah, and here we go. We're starting off now. Players are ready to rock and roll. We have Omen Killer Cleaver as for both players as a starting weapon, and honestly, I'm seeing a lot of killing on this board. This is like the perfect weapon for that. This is such a good weapon to be like, okay, I can go for an early Worm Face if I really want to. I can do 3 friendly NPCs very quickly if I want to. Radahn without summons, like all these like really early squares are fantastic. The only toughie that I see with this specific setup is Godskin Noble, because no statuses. Omen Killer Cleaver does bleed, so they have to figure out a different option to be like, okay, if I'm going to deal with Omen Killer, or sorry, with Noble, I have to have a different option just to make sure I can get that square. And it's a corner square too, so it's pretty powerful. So I'm expecting that one to be a bit delayed here just to find another weapon option. I do like the possible Millicent Invader into Radahn. That could be really solid here as a starting setup. But I also like... you know, just the Somberstone Bell Bearing tunnels with friendly PCs and Worm Face potentially. That's really nice because we also have complete 3 tunnels or precipice dungeons. So you're completing 2 tunnels and, you know, working towards something else here. So I think overall, I like. There's a lot of synergy here, pretty much, is what I'm saying. There's a lot of these clumps of synergies that are really gracing the board, if you will. We have killed 2 misbegotten bosses, right? We have Scaling Misbegotten. That's in a tunnel and Weeping. So that's another thing. So we have 3 tunnels now that pretty much are also connected to 2 different squares. I like this.
I think this is going to be a volatile start for sure. I think there's so much synergy on the board that it's going to be like bang, 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 bang. And we're going to, you know, shake out of the early game with maybe somebody ahead like 5-3 or something, just based on who happens to be able to get and scoop up more of those synergies than their opponent. So I don't expect this to be like a nice, easy, oh, we'll trade 1 square for 1 square for 1 square for 1 square. This is going to be some sort of bang, bang, bang that I think somebody is going to get a lead out of. I don't know how, but we might miss out on the Wendy's 4 for 4.
We might miss out on that, but we do see, however, Chris grabbing the Kale Grace, by the way, and then making his way towards a Gill Lake North Grace, whereas actually Blank's taking a bit of the longer route here, going towards the Gatefront Grace instead, maybe for a quicker greatsword weapon check. I'm not too sure. Maybe he just likes this one a little bit better. But yeah, I do think there's going to be a lot of like double ups. It's not just going to be like, oh, 1 square, 1 square. It's going to be very much like, as you mentioned, a clump at a time, you know, and that's going to create a lot of pressure for either player being like, okay, like what next clump is going to be, you know, crucial here on the board.
Yeah, exactly. As far as lines go, I'm not seeing any that like scream to me that like somebody is gonna go for them. But I'm always wary, especially of diagonals, because even if, let's say, one of the squares sucks, if you just force your opponent into that, that's not so bad. So maybe something like top left to bottom right, if somebody gets a little ahead on the levels, does the duo trios, and collects the staves, well, now you force your opponent into either sorcery only, which can be tough to set up in time, or Vike, which we all know nobody wants to do Vike. Everyone tries to avoid it as much as possible. They do have a weapon with Wild Strikes, but I don't even think Wild Strikes is that good against Vike. I think he just hyper armors through it, hits you, and you just kind of die. So I don't know. That could be a scary one to force your opponent into.
With Wild Strikes, yeah. Well, so, I mean, once Vike buffs himself, I believe that is the situation. So, like, if you can stop him from doing the red lighting buff on himself, you might have a good try with Omen Killer Cleaver. But don't necessarily quote me on that. I'm not too sure. I do like column 5 here, though, I will say. The reason why I like column 5 is because with Radahn without summons, you can't just go to Radahn right away. Even though we have an Altus Grace, you have to activate another Grace in Altus to actually activate the festival, which means you grab the Grace right near the broken bridge where Wormface is and the tunnel. You go for Wormface early. That way you activate the festival. You go for Radahn right afterwards. You have access to downstairs for the Ancestor Spirit, and you push someone into Vike. This column 5 just feels really flowy. It flows nicely, you know? So I don't know. I like this column 5 a lot for sure for one of these players.
Yeah, and if you combo that Radahn with Colossal Armaments only, almost every Colossal Armament does not have a status effect on it. So you could kill Godskin Noble without the status effect with the Colossal Armament that you use to kill Radahn, so that you can get the synergy of Radahn with a Colossal Armament. So yeah, very, very nice synergy in that in that entire column for it. Very good point. The only thing without synergy is Vike, which again, if your opponent takes from you, you're like, cool, awesome. You had to do Vike, I didn't.
All right, and we see already immediately one of the friendly NPCs dying. Vare taking a beating here from this Omen Killer Cleaver with Wild Strikes. And Chris now booking his way, I believe, towards Yura. And Yura being a Katana check. So this might be a nice little switch up here from Chris, making sure that he, you know, gets a square on the board, not going for that early Radahn. But we do see now also Blanks here. Blanks did not go to Halleck Tree like Chris did, but he went to Stormhill Shack first. And then went to Mountaintops to grab some money. So we might see a little bit of the same thing here. But Chris a little bit of a head start on upgrading and having money here for the Omen Killer. I don't even know if Chris upgraded. I think he just leveled, and that's it.
I think he just got enough levels so that he could use it. Because you really, when you've got Wild Strikes with Bleed, like, you don't need that many levels to do some solid damage.
Rivers of Blood here.
From Yura.
Yeah,
Ooh.
yeah. Got the Rivers of Blood, though, from Yura. It's okay.
Yeah, probably not as good as the Great Omen Killer Cleaver, but, like, you know, it's an interesting pick. If something's especially weak to fire, perhaps could be something.
Yeah.
Like the Moose, I think, is pretty weak to fire. So maybe we see that later.
Millicent Invader here for Blanks now. He's going to go for that square. So, yeah, maybe Millicent into Radahn here for Blanks could be a situation. Chris killing Bach now. There it is. 3 friendly PCs on the board here. So, claiming a little bit of that row 5 already. I'm going to refresh Chris just a little bit. I feel like I'm a little behind. Millicent now. Let's see if Millicent's giving Blanks a little bit of trouble. She's been giving a couple players a little bit of a headache here by evading the babouches lately. But there we go. She does get tagged.
Oh, no evasion there.
Very nice.
Kill.
Blanks on the board now as well. And square for square, blow for blow, and we'll see if this keeps on going or if we're starting to go into a bit of a setup mode here. Chris making his way towards the Third Church of America, actually. So grabbing Explosive Physics here a little bit earlier. That is on row 1 here, so maybe he's already looking at column 4 and blocking row 1 here. This could be a potential thing, because we also have killed Bloodhound Knight with Blythe, and Blythe is in Mistwood. So,
yes.
Physic Flask, you go Mistwood, that could all work out together. I could see this being a nice little combination here that Chris is working on.
Ooh, and I think that also Blanks has seen that because he's killing Kale so that he can get Finger Snap, and he is heading to the Mistwoods. I think both of them see that this Bloodhound Knight, while summoning Blythe, could be a powerful square in position. It is along one of those corners. It is one of those diagonals, so it blocks or sets up that, while at the same time potentially stopping Chris from setting up on that column. So a very nice potential early play. Chris now going for Vike as well, but Chris might be closer in the Mistwoods. Chris might win this one, even though Blanks is also headed there. I'm not sure. It's going to be a race. It's going to be close either way.
Chris is a little bit closer with this Grace that he grabbed, right? Next to Physic Flask. So this might be... Oh, no, this is interesting. Because Blanks is going to be grabbing the Grace, however, near Bloodhound Knight, whereas Chris does not have that one. So even though Chris has an earlier race towards the Wolf himself, he might be a little too far away afterwards that Blanks can make up that time. So I don't know. It's going to be very, very interesting. Chat, we can't do map. I did not get an overlay from our graphics designer, sadly, for this specific match.
No.
We can still do map, but the names are wrong. All right? The names are wrong. Do not look at the names for the love of Christ. All right? Do not get mad at me that the names are wrong. They're not wrong. They're not right. They're not right. We'll look at the map. We'll look at the map, but the names are wrong. Don't worry about the names. So yeah, he's going to be grabbing here. So Blank's grabbing. Did he even grab the Grace? I must have missed it. The Grace is down here. I don't.
Yeah. I believe he did.
He did. Okay. So yeah, Chris is going to be already in the ruins here. Going to be grabbing the Axe Talisman, and I believe then also grabbing Blythe. This is looking really close. If anything, this is now because Chris is going for this Axe Talisman. I think that is. Did he already call down the Wolf?
He did. That? Yep. He talked to Blythe. Yep.
Oh, wow. Okay.
It's just, really close. The time he takes riding versus the time that Blanks takes snapping, it is very close either way.
Here he comes. He's dropping down. Blanks talking. Chris running. Chris is making up the time here. He is passing by this Grace now.
Ooh, he's skipping a grace. Oh, Chris is ahead. Chris is
Chris
ahead for
is
sure. Then
ahead.
Blanks still has to warp, and he's going for the Axe Talisman. Yeah, this is
Wow.
solidly in Chris's favor.
Yeah, very nice play here from Chris. Yeah, Chris definitely ahead now. Entering the Everjail now, so this is going to be very interesting. Okay. There's the summon.
Yeah, he's in the fight so far ahead that barring any major disasters, he definitely has this one first. He does get hit, just takes a hit trading with the wild strikes, but he's got to be a little careful. Oh, gets down really, really low. He's got to avoid it. Okay, he heals up. He should be fine. Yeah, that was scary. All right, dodges the attacks here nicely. Charged R2 to try to get a stagger. Does not get it.
Watching.
Oh.
Ooh, nice bleed. Blythe's just still watching.
He actually just watched. He did nothing. But that does mean that Chris is going to get the square first. Blanks has been sniped on this already. A little unfortunate for him. He's wasted some of that early time that he could have used to set something else up. And we've got a 2-1 lead for Chris. Already off to a start of fighting over squares. So this is an exciting board already.
And Chris already marking, by the way, there is Everjails on the bottom left here. And he also has one talisman. That's why he grabbed that Axe Talisman a little bit earlier. And now Blanks is like, okay, I have to go for something else. Let me go for Altus. He might be grabbing Wormface here, if not the Bell Bearings.
Yeah. I think, you know, at the very least, he also has to grab an Altus Grace in order to be able to fight Radahn. That might just be what he's thinking. I'll just grab the Grace, pivot over to Radahn. But yeah, a lot of stuff here in Altus. Now, do you think that Blanks maybe should have done the Everjail anyway while he was there?
Yeah.
Just to have one of the three? Because, I mean, he was literally in the Everjail, and it is a short fight, but I think he thinks some of this early pressure is more important. Something like the Radahn synergy, or getting to Wormface first, because Wormface can be a quick fight. So, interesting to see him forego some synergy of where he already was to instead try to get more. Oh, he's also going for the upgrade materials here in the Old Altus Tunnel, I think, is where he's headed to.
I do believe that his reaction of quitting out of the Everjail is not very good here because, yeah, he misses out on one Everjail, obviously, on that bottom left square. But also on top of that, Bloodhound Knight is a weapon check, and we still have Omen Killer Cleaver for Godskin Noble. So that could be another option, being like, hey, like, what does this even drop for me that maybe I can rely on to do Godskin Noble with? So I don't have to check a shop, you know? So that's definitely tough in that case as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think he's going for the Colossal Weapon checks. I think Colossal Weapons are very good. He already has a Colossal Weapon. He grabbed the Watchdog Staff from Round Table Hold, and he's going to get a second one in this tunnel and potentially a third one from the Troll. So he should have a wealth of options.
Ooh,
Great Club.
I love
like
Great
that.
Club. I love
That's
Great
a good
Club.
one.
Fantastic.
So I don't think he's
weapon.
hurting on weapon choices necessarily. But yeah, I still maybe would have liked to see the Everjail completed.
Yeah. Really, really cool.
Ooh, getting tagged a little bit by the dog, though. He wants to live
This
here,
is where people
but
quit
he's
out.
not going to.
I was about to say, this is where people normally quit out because these knights can literally just body block you from getting away. So yeah, we'll see here. Chris grabbing a bunch of smithing stones, not going Shifra, by the way, but going for the smithing twos in Liurnia because he's going straight towards that Erd tree that drops the explosive physic. So I think he's looking at column 4 here, and if Blanks is already kind of being reactionary towards that, being like, okay, I want to get some colossal weapons to block this column 4. So very, very interesting. Grabbing some money now from Halictree to make sure that he can actually even wield this weapon. I'm assuming he's going to go for a Grey Club or whichever. What was the other weapon they had? The Colossal?
It was Watchdog Staff.
Oh, so probably Watchdogs. I think Watchdogs is better than Great Club, at least for
Is it?
base
I'm actually
game.
not sure. Okay.
For base game, I would say so. Like, there's more holy resistant bosses in base game than DLC. In the DLC, Great Club, 100%, I would say.
Does the Great Club just do split holy, or is it pure physical and only the Ash of War is holy?
No, it does holy. It does do holy damage. It does do.
okay.
I wouldn't say it's half and half. It's more like 80% physical and then 20% holy is what I would say. But still, it does have a little bit of holy on it. I really, really like it. I had a DLC match with it the other day, and it was so fun to use. It has a really nice moveset, too. It's got the nice, like, gazing finger smackdown charged R2, if you will. Not the long windup. Yeah.
Those ones are always fun for me. It's part of why I like the chicken wing is fun because of that. Just hold it above your head and let gravity do the work.
Yeah,
It's a
exactly.
very fun animation.
Oh, a nice stagger here in the Archery Avatar. Chris really focusing on this explosive physic boss, which makes sense. It is a rush square. It is something that can really push this Comm 4 and forcing Blanks to do something that maybe he doesn't want to do. Blanks maybe going for Radahn after this. I would say Radahn Colossal definitely would be a nice pickup.
Yeah, I would say that's definitely a great play. And a little unfortunate for Chris because the line he's setting up is blocked by the most efficient play that Blanks wanted to do anyway. He wanted to do Radahn. He was setting up for it from minute 1, even without this pressure from Chris. So Chris is just, you know, pushing him into what he was already going to do. So I don't think Blanks is going to be particularly scared about this.
Yeah.
So yeah, not a big advantage out of the opening to either player. Maybe a slight advantage Chris, just because he got that snipe. Oh, but then he gets exploded. Finish
Chris
off the
being very
retreat.
greedy here. Does he get the tier though? Does he get the tier? He doesn't get the tier. The tier takes a while to pop. The boss
he gets
dies.
the enemy felled. He might have to ride back
Stake
to
of America.
Stake America. Stake America. He'll be fine. He'll be fine.
Bro.
This actually hardly loses him time at all.
Yeah.
Which
is silly goober.
Pretty good. Yeah.
There we go. I guess the explosive tier, though. Going to grab his money here real quick. And, yeah, here's the thing, though, that I might like from Chris is if he doubles up. Explosive physic with maybe, like, Misbegotten here. Scaling Misbegotten.
I like that.
You know what I mean? Go for a tunnel, go for a Misbegotten. Push that row 5 a little bit more. You know? I think I really like that.
Yeah, he already has the 1 Everjail. He has collected, at least according to his marks, 1 talisman so far. Which was the Axe Talisman. And so, yeah, if he went for Everjails, Misbegotten Bosses, Talismans, forces Blanks into Vike, that could be a strong play, right? That's one of those where you just say, hey, as long as I can force my opponent into Vike, I should come out of that with an advantage. Because a lot of players are just not comfortable with Vike, and it's possible to die 2 times, 3 times, 5 times. You kind of hate to see it, but at the same time, you kind of love to see, you know, your opponents or one of the competitors making a play that really gives them a big advantage by forcing their opponent into something like that.
It's always a nice check for sure. And here we go. A great club versus the Falling Star Beast. Lots of nice charged R2s happening. Axe Talisman is equipped, so we're seeing a pretty quick fight here. We do get a Somber 6 from this as well, so this is a really nice pickup here from Blanks in general. I do think he's upgraded past it, but I'm not 100% on it. Although I believe Great Club is actually smithing, is it?
Great Club is not smithing, I believe, because the Golden Land. Oh, does die though.
I don't know. I have a weird feeling. Is it the Great Club that has like, maybe is it Somber? Maybe it's Somber.
I think so. I'm not 100% on it. Chris is just trying to cash in on his explosive with the Bofa. This is a cave, which is unfortunately not a tunnel or precipice. So no real synergy to speak of here that at least I can see on the board.
Bomba. There we go.
Boom.
Nice square here from Chris. A boss explosive physic. Sadly, not a synergistic play here with Bofa. A tunnel would have been a little bit better, but he was maybe assuming that that's contested, so he went for it, just rushed it, which makes sense in this situation here. Blanks, yeah, dying to Falling Star Beast is like, okay, I'm not going to do that right now. Again, I'm going to go ahead and just get set up a little bit more here. So I can actually do this Colossal Armament, I'm assuming, versus Radahn. So he's grabbing the Smithing 2s, grabbing Smithing 3s here in Shifra. Chris now could do a fake out. You know, have the column 4 and be like, you know what, I'm going to do actually row 5. I like that way more. That could be a solid move. Could be a solid move, but currently Liurnia now here for Chris. Switching back to the Omen Killer. Now left-handing it and going towards another Evergel, maybe going for a Radahn. I think he is looking at row 5, maybe?
It certainly could be. For row 5, there is actually a talisman he did get from Bofa. Bofa does actually give a talisman. I forgot about that. And you do need 9 talismans. That is a lot. So getting 1 extra from Bofa can help out quite a bit. So Chris going for the synergy that I did not notice at first. So He definitely could be heading for that bottom row. I think that is his kind of best bet here. Oh, and it looks like Great Club, I think, was smithing because he needed to upgrade his Watchdog staff for Somber. So I guess the Great Club was smithing.
Yeah. Interesting.
It might be one of those rare smithing, but you can't infuse it weapons.
Yeah,
that is what it is.
It's like Serpent Bone Blade, you know?
Yeah. That's what always confuses me. I see the unique Ash of War, and I'm like, oh, that must be Somber. And like, not always the case. Couple exceptions.
Yeah. It's very, very weird. But we do have a Radahn here, and this is going to be really interesting. So Chris already looking at the row 5, and I like that. I like this a lot. I like this a lot for sure because Misbegotten Bosses is not too crazy to deal with. Row 5 is very quick to really execute on. Besides the talismans. But if you really focus talismans, they can stack up very quickly as well, right? You can get Hammer Talisman. You can grab talismans from some of the merchants. Chris has to be careful here. Gets one shot by a Radahn. Yeah,
that's
not
what you don't always
respecting the Radahn armor here. Prelate armor is better than whatever Chris has on. Gets smacked in the face. Jaw unlocked.
Honestly, I do appreciate the attempt, though. You know, I feel like on every NPC, you have to try Wild Strikes once. It only works on, like, half the NPCs, but if it works, you get a free kill, and if it doesn't work, well, at least I get to try again quickly.
Yeah, and here we go. Okay, it looks like, we're going for a Radahn here from Blanks. Colossal Radahn
versus Radahn is going to be the race here.
I'd be very surprised if Radahn would still be up, though.
If he's
at Radahn, like, damn, holy smokes.
I wanted to say it, though.
No, that's fair.
Come on,
that was good. I like it. Fire take a little bit. Chris has to be careful. Flame of the Fell Gods. Little lore drop here. Radahn stole this from the Flame Guardian in Mountaintops. He did not steal it from the Giants themselves. He stole it from the Guardian of the Giants, which is Arganthe.
Oh.
That's what the Flame Guardian Arganthe in the ruins right before the Flame Giants has the spell, and Radahn stole it and ran away with it.
Huh.
Yes, sir. Yes,
sir. I think you asked that of us on a Souls Jeopardy.
Yes, and nobody got it. So that's why I was like, I'm going to use it now. I know it now. I'm just throw it out there while I have it.
Yeah. All right.
But yeah,
Blanks is pretty close here to Radahn, so he should get this. This will luckily block out the column that Chris has been setting up for. It also gives himself 2 squares for 1 kill, so it'll tie up the score 3-3 unless Chris gets another square in the meantime, as well as giving himself that underground access, which could help him get to Fia's later. It could help him get to... Honestly, actually, not that much on this particular board. This board is not a very underground central board, but it's always nice to have access. But in this case, I don't see too much that he'd want. I guess he could do an Ancestor Spirit while down there, but he could also just do the one in Shifra, so it's not like Chris would be hurting to try to contest that later.
So Chris kind of showing here that he's going to be doing row 5 maybe a little bit as he's going for his 3rd Everjail now with his Crucible Knight. Whereas Blanks, is focusing on that Radahn Colossal armament only, and once the jails are taken, he is already putting Blanks in a little bit of a weird spot. But Blanks also technically in a good spot because after he kills Radahn, he does have access to Crucible Knight Misbegotten Duo, right? So he could technically block out that Misbegotten square a little bit quicker maybe than Chris can, unless Chris hasn't really gone to Altus yet. So he could go through Redmane Castle and then do the duo fight himself. Right?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't remember. He hasn't gone through a lot of the places that you would expect someone to go for Altus. He hasn't gone through Old Altus Tunnel, I don't believe. So maybe he's had no reason to go to Altus just yet.
Yeah, he's going Altus right now.
He's actually going now.
The festival doesn't activate until he touches a grace, though. So he could still technically go to Redmane Castle and do the duo fight for Misbegotten Bosses. But he's not doing that right now. Okay. Really interesting. Radahn here now. You can actually grease the Great Club? I did not know that. That's cool.
It's non-somber. I think, can you grease every non-somber?
I don't think you can grease Serpent Bone Blade, right?
Oh, it does have the natural
like double slice or whatever
poison on it. Yeah.
I don't think so. That's crazy good then, actually. So yeah, Rot Grease here on the Great Club and Strike charged R2s here. Very, very nice for Radahn. Already in the phase 1.5. About to go into phase 2 here. Maybe another
Let's
stagger,
see if he gets a
actually.
stagger. Well, he already got one. It
Yeah, he already got
been
one.
a little ridiculous if he got a second, but I mean, it seemed like he might have. It seemed like he was close.
That is crazy. All right, here we go. Radahn coming back in, saying hello. Rot's still ticking, which is always really, really nice. Going for some nice damage now. Not the best damage, but it's getting the job done. He might get a stagger here if he gets an R1 in there.
I mean, he almost had a basically scripted fight. I would call this pretty good damage for early game. Does get a second stagger. Bang, bang. 2 for 1.
Bang, bang.
4 to 3 in Chris's favor still, but Blanks with great fighting opportunities and with a ton of runes he just got. This will help him get towards that rune level 65. It's nowhere near close enough yet, but, you know, more runes, creeps a little closer to that. It would block off the diagonal that Chris also has 2 squares in currently. He currently has the Bloodhound Knight while summoning Blythe and the 3 Everjails.
Alexander's just absolutely popped like a pinata there, by the way, with that jar shard. That Great Club absolutely just demolishing him real quick. Yeah, this is interesting because, like, for Chris, right, this is another tunnel. This is a tunnel right now, Old Altus tunnel, right? So if he kills this boss, he gets a colossal check, which now doesn't matter anymore. But gets a little bit more. What the hell? That's a really far throw. Oh, wow. Okay.
That works out perfectly for him.
Looked a lot higher than
knows
usual.
the throw.
Very nice hit. Very nice kill. Ooh, I love
Anvil Hammer.
I love the anvil. You know, honestly, even if colossal is gone, I would still maybe use that. I love the anvil hammer. It's so fun.
Yeah, I think it's really, really, really good, and it's got that kind of DLC weapon buff of, like, a lot of the weapons in the DLC are just really, really good, have really, really high
strong
attack ratings. Yeah,
very, very.
It does
nice.
take a lot more stats than a lot of other colossals do, though, because it not only needs the strength but also the faith, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, it's not too high, but yeah, there's a faith requirement. It's like 18 or something. I don't know, 15, 18, around there. Yeah, smithing 8s and smithing 7s now here for Chris. Going to be upgrading a little bit more. We do see Scaly Misbegotten here from Blanks. Blanks already seen that row 5. Is like, okay, if I'm going to deal with this, I deal with this right now. Misbegotten bosses, I'm going to take that down. And duo trio, because Crucible Knight Misbegotten duo. So I think he's going to do those back to back, like I mentioned, to block out that row 5, which makes sense. And Chris, I think, is okay with that block because it allows him to upgrade. It allows him to get a stronger weapon himself. Gives him some time.
Yeah, they're kind of trading off. One person's doing squares while the other's upgrading, and it has worked out way more even than I expected. I expected somebody to find some way to, like, push heavy on the pressure early, but it looks like both of them are just getting upgraded, getting squares, trading off, and I think very soon we may have our Wendy's 4-for-4 back.
Yeah, Rivers of Blood here being dropped and picked up. Actually, Chris using Rivers of Blood. I'm actually a little surprised. A little surprised.
I think that might just be for the cheapest Somber upgrade he had available.
You know what? Maybe. Yeah. Maybe. We do see, Blanks running to Jaren now. Going to be going for that Misbegotten bosses square and duo trio bosses. He does have one tunnel now as well with that Misbegotten boss. But I'm not really sure that's really on his mind just yet. Chris here now looking to maybe going for Worm Face or grabbing another tunnel, Somberstone 1 and 2.
I really expect this is going to be Worm Face. It is Blanks that attempted the tunnel earlier, but then pivoted out, I believe. So I don't think either of them have done it yet. And if you're going to do one of those first, I think it would almost always be that you do the Falling Star Beast first because it gives the more important upgrade stone if you needed it. So you could do it in the reverse order. It's just I don't see it in the reverse order that common. So I expect this is a Worm Face.
Yeah, that's super fair. That's super fair.
Ooh, nice damage on the Great Club. If he just gets one stagger here, he might be able to turn it into a full kill here with the extra damage and then the riposte. Oh, there's the stagger. It doesn't even take the riposte. I'm surprised. I think he could have killed with the riposte and then a follow-up attack, but instead he's going to have to get one more after this charged R2. Nicely done. All right, Blanks with a great kill on the Misbegotten Warrior. Does not have to fight them at the same time, so he should easily clean up this Crucible Knight, barring any big mistakes. Ooh, like
That's a
that,
big
though. He does
hit.
get down to half health.
That's a big hit.
He's not healing. He's staying in the fight. Okay, there he goes. He baited out a shield slam so that he could go for it. Chris is going for Wormface in the meantime. Chris gets a stagger on the Wormface really, really quickly here. Cleans him up with the wild strikes.
Oh!
Misses, though. Chris has to be careful. So does Blanks. Blanks is at 10% health. Okay, he finishes off the Wormface. Now it's just down to Blanks. He knocks back the Crucible Knight and heals. Okay, Blanks should be fine here as well, but he's got to be careful. He's out of flasks. So even though he's nice and healed up, he's got to play this super, super safe from here. Nice dodge on the charge through. He's getting stalled out a little by the Crucible Knight. This fight has not been going so well for him, but let's see if he can clean it up. One more charge through. Oh, the double tail slap.
Nicely
jump. Even jumps over it. He's baiting out this shield slam, but not getting as nice of a punish as you'd like, because Colossals, you can't just strafe around it, but he finishes it off. Very nice. 2 Misbegotten bosses. That is also 1 duo trio for Blanks. And for a moment, it was 5-3. We did not get our Wendy's 4 for 4.
Not even close. Not even close. Very unfortunate.
Not even close.
Very, very unfortunate. But that's all right. We have 2 more games potentially to get that. But yeah, now it looks like, okay, Chris is going for tunnels here, but so is Blanks.
So is Blanks.
They're both chasing behind him.
Yeah, Chris already has 1 tunnel or precipice marked. Which tunnel did he do? Oh, Old Altus Tunnel, because Blanks died in Old Altus Tunnel. Chris finished it. Chris ahead on tunnels, but it's anyone's game as far as the Somberstone Bellbearing 1 and 2 goes. So they might trade squares here, or Chris might just like totally snipe it away and get both.
Chris sadly missing the finisher on that Omen Killer Wild Strikes, trying to build up poise on both Crystallians here, but very, very nice fight here though from Chris. He's going to kill this boss right while Blanks is entering. Blanks, however, does have a strike weapon, so this is going to be a really quick fight for him. So Chris now just has to make sure that he gets to Falling Star Beast as fast as possible, because I don't know if Blanks has the grace in the tunnel. If he does, he could catch up to Chris very, very quickly here.
I think he does, because he's been there before. I mean, it's possible that he would have not grabbed the grace, but I would have expected that he would grab it. That is a dangerous boss that I think most people would grab the grace for, but maybe he didn't. Maybe he thought, nah, I'll be fine. Blank's also doing huge damage with this strike here, so like he doesn't even need to fully break the Crystallians in order to just kill them like that. Chris not going for it though. He gets 1/2, or no, this is the fastest way to get there, actually. He is going for it, but he's taking the trap chest. So if Blanks ports there, they're like almost tied. Yeah. No, Blanks has to take the trap chest again. He did not grab the grace while he was there.
Wow.
So Chris is ahead.
That's crazy. Yeah, Blanks turned the Crystallians into pop rocks, but sadly doesn't have the grace in the tunnel. He's not even going for that one. He's going for the Stone Digger Troll tunnel here instead.
Ooh, and Blanks has marked that he has 2 tunnel or precipice dungeons already. I'm not sure what his second one was.
Ooh, this is
interesting. Chris heading for the synergy here. If Chris gets this, he gets the Somberstone Bellbearings and tunnel or precipice dungeons. Of course, he did Mourn Tunnel for the Misbegotten. That's right. That's right. We mentioned that
Chris
earlier.
is missing the ladder skip here, which is costing him time. Oh my God!
He got the hard part landing, but then he got a little too anxious. Tried to send it immediately, did not work. Uh-oh! Just go around, Chris. Just go around. God. There it is. Oh no! No! This could absolutely lose him the square, because I think he was ahead. But now Blanks just has an easy stroll through an easy tunnel, and I think Blanks almost certainly cleans this one up first now.
Yeah, Blank's going to be getting 3 tunnels. However, Chris is going to be getting Somberstone Bellbearings 1 and 2. So they're kind of trading square for square here rather than Chris having a double up.
Yeah, very interesting. So Blank's sort of foregoing his own potential synergy in order to just get rid of the synergy that Chris could have had. And it's going to pay off in a big way here, because if they raced, Chris was probably ahead, even with those ladder incidents, or at least it would have been very close.
I do like this play, though, from Blanks, is that he's rushing tunnels. Maybe not necessarily knowing that he's contesting tunnels, but also this Stone Digger Troll does drop Roar Medallion, which is the talisman. And we have 9 talismans on the board still. This is still a synergistic play, even though it maybe isn't the most obvious one.
And there it is. Very quick cleanup.
Jesus Christ.
So now, if Blanks pushes rune level 65, he could force Chris into Fia's champs via that column 3. That's a very scary threat for Chris. So if you're Blanks, do you like rush Moog for levels or something? Because, I mean, that's a strong play. Like, anything you can do to force your opponent into Fia's champs, your opponent is not going to be happy about. Especially because Blanks is the only one who's killed Radahn so far. So if he gets access to Fia's champs first, he could just win off of that potentially.
Yeah, Blank's grabbing his last duo trio boss. Going to be Demi-Human Chiefs from the looks of it. Checking the shop real quick to see if there's any good weapons. There is Blood Fiend's Arm and Matting Hand. So he's grabbing both of those, being like, okay, you know what? That is a deal that I cannot pass up. Chad, would you take that deal? That's a damn good deal. And there we go. Blood Fiend's Arm and Matting Hand. Pretty damn solid weapons.
Both solid weapons. Yeah, the Matting Hand acts like the Iron Balls or the Star Fist that we all love, but it's split damage between physical and fire. Can be really good against fire weak bosses, but against fire strong bosses, it's okay. It's pretty good. And then the Chicken Wing, just my preferred Colossal, my favorite personally, but you know, some players love it, some people hate it. It is very slow, but yeah, it's a solid Colossal. I like it.
I love the Crouch R1s here. Very strong. There it goes. Demi-Humans being taken. Chris nodding, being like, okay, that's fine. That's cool. I wasn't going for that anyways. Also makes sense. You know, at the end of the day, as soon as you saw, like, Misbegotten bosses, he was probably like, okay, that's probably Crucible Misbegotten as well. So he's going for Volcano Manor here. So, Chris, maybe looking at Godskin Noble. He's looking at the diagonal.
Godskin Noble... Yeah, possibly into Rykard to try to get rune level 65. Whoever gets rune level 65 is going to have a big advantage in this. They're going to block their opponent's line as well as promoting their own line. So this is an interesting one. It might just... This whole game might come down to a rune level 65 race.
I think, okay, so Elder Lions here for Blanks, by the way. Blanks may be looking at row 3 as well, really trying to push Chris maybe into that Morgoth's Great Rune, rune level 65. But again, that diagonal looking really good for Chris. Godskin Noble into Rykard could really get him kind of close to that 65. Maybe not fully there, but definitely pretty damn close. And that could be a really sneaky diagonal for sure as well.
Definitely something to be very wary of. Yeah, so while as much as Elder Lions is not like a bad square or that slow of a square, for Blanks, I don't know. I feel like this rune level 65 is just so important to go for. And these Lions give like no runes as far as I'm aware. So yeah, maybe there's other priorities that he could do. Now, rune level 65 is low synergy on this board. It's not no synergy. It gets, you probably do, you know, like Rykard as a great rune, which eventually gets you access to capital for Morgoth's great rune. But yeah, it is a little bit of all-inning. If you want the level 65, you have to think that the pressure is going to be worth it, because it's probably not the majority play to go for rune level 65.
Chris here killing the Bloodhound Knight for a claw weapon check here, because that Bloodhound Knight does guarantee a weapon check for fists or for claws. The Elder Lion here actually in Redmond Castle, by the way, did drop like 6,000 or 7,000 runes, so it's not that bad. It's still, that's a good chunk of cash.
It's a good chunk of cash, but when you can get 400,000 runes from Moog, you know, it's not necessarily the best way to collect cash.
Very true. Very true.
All right, Blank's having some pretty good fights here with the Lions. He did, I believe, heal between the first and the... No, he actually is still on low flasks here. But, oh, yeah, gets tagged there. Doesn't have any way to heal it up. But he's got the stagger. The Wild Strikes, though, not that good against a staggered Lion, because it does wake up immediately as soon as you hit it. 1 or 2 more hits here should do it.
Bang!
There's the Elder Lions. Very nice.
On the board currently, 6-7 here between Chris and Blanks. Absolutely insane gameplay. Going to Stormvale Castle here now for Chris. I think he's genuinely looking at incantations only, rune level 65, Godskin Noble. I think the diagonal is something that Chris is really eyeballing here.
Yeah, totally makes sense. Yeah, Margit gives a surprising number of runes just for like, he's just an early boss that you go and kill here. So, he can just get, yeah, it's like 12,000 or something from Margit. He can set himself up for the eventual sorcery only or incant only on Godric, and collect some runes along the way. You could also be going for talismans in here. There are some talismans in Stormvale Castle he could be going for.
I feel like they have stopped keeping track of how many talismans they have because they're still on one on the board here. So, and I know they definitely have more than one. So yeah, we'll see what that turns into. I'm very, very curious.
Yeah, I do wonder if Blanks is going to try to contest Godskin Noble at all. I mean, he's relatively set up with a lot of the weapons that he has just, you know, not having status on them since they're these big colossal weapons.
Yeah.
So he would not have too tough of a time with it if he decided to go for it. Right now, he's more of setting up. Ooh, he might be heading towards Moog. He just headed to the consecrated snowfield. It looks like he's heading in that direction.
It looks like that might be the move here.
Yeah, a second great rune as Moog gets you a ton of runes, gets you set up for Morgott later. Honestly, doesn't take that long. It's not your fastest second great rune, but it is probably the single most efficient play for runes, I think. How many runes does Rykard give? Do you happen to know?
I want to say above 200,000.
Okay, so yeah, if Rykard is above 200,000 and the Godskin Noble before is 50,000, I want to say, Moog still clears that with 420,000 runes, but
money.
That's not actually where he's headed to. He's actually headed to the tunnel for
he's going
instead
for
Estelle. Now, Estelle, I do not know how much runes they give, but I assume it's a very sizable chunk. So, also a reasonable way to get runes. Maybe he does both. Maybe he does Estelle's and does Moog.
I
Who
feel
knows,
like this
but it looks like
this Estelle gives 180,000. I feel like.
Okay.
Around, it's a good chunk. It's a good chunk of cash.
That's solid. And he's not like too far in. So this is definitely a solid way to collect the runes while also having direct synergy. I like this. Moog, maybe a little more, but this one, hey, there's a square on the board that says kill Estelle, so why don't I do that while getting my runes?
Right. No, exactly. Chris here grabbing a seal and incantation book as well, by the way, just to kind of open up his options. Plus 22 seal is going to be really nice. You got Black Flame, you got Catch Flame, you got Flame Tornado, I don't know.
Yeah, this is probably the one I would go for last if I was Chris, out of rune level 65, Godskin Noble, and Incants if you're trying to push that diagonal. But setting up for all of it at once isn't bad either. If you're trying to kind of almost sneak it away, like do it like bang, 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 being set up for all of it is pretty good. I don't know if this is going to work, though, because I think Blanks gets the rune level 65 first with the order of operations he's doing here, going straight for the high rune things right away.
Yeah. I mean, hey, if Chris does pull a Melania all of a sudden, we do have quick access to that. We do have quick access, and that's, what, 480,000 for Melania?
That sounds right. What if he did Melania incant only? I don't think he will, but
no.
Imagine
Probably
the synergy.
Not.
Or Moog incant only? I'm just saying.
I could be. I mean,
I don't think either of those are happening.
If you had like an actually good spell, it's possible, right?
Yeah.
I mean, look at like you could do Estelle with pest threads. Like, imagine if you find pest threads. You're like, okay, shit, I'll send that. You know what I mean? Like, it's possible, but the stars have to align for that specific situation to happen. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And in general, it's actually faster to just do Melania normally and then also kill Godric with incants than it is to try to do just Melania with incants.
Yeah.
All right, nice wild strikes on the head of Estelle here, taking him down quite quickly. Let's see if he still gets the riposte. He does. He knows exactly how many R1s to get.
Soonish.
Yeah. I think he already got one, but the second one I think should be coming soon. Unfortunately, here's the teleport away. Oh, it doesn't teleport too far, but he is going to have to dodge all the meteors. And here they come. Nice job keeping up the stagger by making sure to hit him before the meteors arrive so that he does not... Ooh, oh, but almost does.
Wow.
Even do a block. Wow.
That was actually insanely lucky there. Or calculated. I can't tell. But that blocking a giant gravity meteor here from Estelle, putting him down to like 15 HP. And Chris here, by the way, has Fire Whip and Goronk Claw for 2 incants. We'll see how that plays out here. Or Whirl of Flame, I guess, if you will. And Beast Claw. That's pretty damn bad.
it's not great. Yeah, for how slow that cast, that's pretty bad. Whereas Blank's just getting Estelle, cleaning it up. Just one more R1 as he comes back down. There it is. So Blanks doesn't have the full square yet, but that's a ton of runes. He's gonna level up a good bit. Let's see if we can see what level he ends up at. Well, Chris is, oh yeah, struggling on Godric. That's just a really slow cast. It's hard to get off safely. Most incants, like a lot of the benefit of incants is like, oh, well, at least they cast really quickly, right? Oh, he even gets it knocked back from the wind. That's funny. 125,000 on Blanks. That's actually less than I expected him to have after killing Estelle and popping some runes with it. So Estelle, I don't think actually gave that much. Blank's possibly level 47 currently, which is on the way there, but he's definitely still going to need several 100,000 more.
All right. I'm so... Okay. Chris hasn't even tried Whirl of Flame yet. Is his seal at plus 22, by the way? I'm assuming
plus 22,
it is.
That sounds right, yeah. Assuming he dropped and picked it up, but I would assume he would do that.
Yep. Lots of assuming here, but
yeah,
I'm hoping that that's the case. Blank's currently still holding the lead.
This Putrid Avatar, does this give a lot of runes? I expect it must for him to be here.
It's consecrated. I want to say this is like 80,000, but maybe it's more than that.
Okay. I mean, 80k, not bad for how squishy this thing is. It is not that hard to fight. Nice stagger on it.
I don't really fight this tree if I'm being fair, so I don't really know.
Yeah, it is a somewhat common one if Erdtree Avatars is on the board, but yeah, not one that I've fought that much either, outside of like all bosses challenges.
Yeah. All right, Chris still doing the incants here, really struggling. Not struggling as in like he's having a hard time, but more struggling with damage. You know, definitely.
Yeah, he does have
at
least some mana flasks left, so he should be all right as long as he just keeps this up. He's honestly doing a great job with how slow the incant is. He's got 2 flasks left, so here's his second to last flask. He should have honestly just enough. I think he is gonna have to use his final flask, but when he does, I think he'll get this. He might actually not have to use his final one. Nice job. Honestly, it looked like it was going to be very, very slow, but this is not too bad from Chris. I think this is working out just fine for him. All right, sends it on the nice, safe punish opportunities. Has to be careful of the wind. Again, don't send it while he's doing the wind, otherwise it just gets reflected back at you. Ooh, that one is a little bit of a risky send. Ooh, he almost got grabbed. Just barely manages to dodge in time. Has to get in through the fire. Gets a little clip, though. He's low on health. He doesn't have any healing flash left. He sends the last one and gets the kill. Very nice kill from Chris.
Nice.
There you go.
That was tough damage. That was absolutely tough damage.
Yeah.
Yeesh. All right, here we go, though. That's going to be a mark here from Chris. Incantations only. So, yeah, really pushing Blanks now into that also 65 runes here. But if Blanks gets it, you're looking at Morgoth's Great Rune, and that is just not fun. Blanks are going for Worm Face, even though Worm Face is already dead. Just maybe some extra money that's pretty easy to grab. He's got to be not that far off anymore from hitting level 65. Chris here now going to be going for Godskin Noble with the Sacred Phalanx.
Nice, nice. I am surprised that Blanks is not just sending it Moog, because Moog gives so much runes. I think it would just completely finish off level 65 at this point.
Yeah, I'm not too sure. I'm not too sure.
It also, you know, gives him a second Great Rune. So if you're going to do things that aren't squares anyway, why not do the one giant chunk of runes? Oh, he gets it anyway.
There we go.
Never mind, he doesn't need it. There you go, rune level 65. Chris making a face like, wow, I did not expect him to get it that early. And I don't think any of us did. Wow, very, very nice. And now all of a sudden, Chris is forced into Fia's champs. That is his only option to block the bingo. He will have to do that at some point unless he can get a full line himself first. So Chris could maybe try to push column 2. He could do, although doing another boss sorcery only. Another boss sorcery only is really rough, given that he's already killed Godric incant only. Like, what boss would you even do sorcery only? Radahn, I guess. But that would give him a second Great Rune for Restore Morgoth's Great Rune, and then all he needs is Talismans. I can see it, but seems rough. I do think if Blanks pushed Fia's champs right now, it would be pretty unstoppable. He could definitely do that before Chris could get his column. And right now, he's the only one with access to the underground. So Blanks has a chance to just absolutely seal this away and definitively win. But we'll see if he pushes for it. Because a lot of players, they'll get 4 in a row, and then they'll just say, I don't want to do the 5th. I'd rather go for majority.
Yeah,
Blanks,
it's a very
I
common
think,
thing.
has been one of that school. I think Blanks, Tom, CBD, these types of players are the ones that will very, very often do that. And so I'm expecting that here as well, but we happen to know Chris does not have a good way to fight to get to Fia's champs, so... Yeah, we'll see how it works out.
Now, I mean, this is interesting because, like, if Blanks just went Fia's right now, it's a wrap, right?
Yeah.
Chris now, I'm not sure how far away he is on Talismans. And for Chris to possibly look at column 2 here is he still has Radahn open, so he could technically do Radahn sorcery only. But it would have to be like a spell that has really low requirements.
Yeah, I mean, he's getting a good amount of runes here from Godskin Noble. Maybe that would help with some requirements for a sorcery, but he already put in whatever requirements he needed for incants. So, yeah, it is tough for sure.
Definitely very
Let's
tough.
see what he's looking at.
Chris,
I think he might be looking
sorceries.
at... Yeah, sorceries.
Going to tops.
Well, there is also learn 12 different sorceries. There's collect 6 unique staves on the board. So if he collects those as a method of getting to killing Remembrance boss sorcery only, I mean, that could be an interesting way to have a bunch of picks, which you mentioned earlier.
Yeah.
So maybe sorcery only wouldn't be so bad if he has that many picks. Surely he finds something that's decent. Low requirements, high damage, low mana cost, you know, these types of things.
I mean, obviously, Carrion Slicer, that's the one thing that you're looking for probably the most here is Carrion Slicer. If not, Glintstone Shard's pretty solid. Versus Radahn, I mean, if I'm thinking Night Rain, Shattering Crystal. But actual Elden Ring, I don't think it's actually that good. So we'll see what the other options are. I think Carrion Slicer is like your no-brainer move here. Top's getting absolutely decimated while he's sitting on a bench crying about life. Elden Ring in a nutshell. And now we're going for Selen here and grabbing the book, I'm assuming, as well. We already have 3 staves. And, yeah, I really don't know. This is one of those things where, like, I'm getting more and more used to, obviously, players not finishing bingo lines. But I feel like that's even more of a reason to actually do it. And Blanks here, however, going to be going for Talismans right now. He's looking at blocking one of the last bingos that Chris has, which is that column 2, by going for Gillica here with the Ritual Sword Talisman.
Yeah, I think this can be, you know, it's a very safe play. because you say, hey, if I can't get reverse bingoed, maybe then I'm free to go to Fia's. He did see that Chris marked Godskin Noble, so he probably knows that Chris has not really set up for Fia's champs yet. Another nice thing about killing Gillica specifically is that the talisman that you get is a really, really good one. That Ritual Sword talisman, just one of the best talismans in the game. It's just free damage no matter what your build is, and in fact, he swaps immediately to it, so... very nice to go for that early so that you can be faster on everything else you kill. He's now heading into a catacomb that I assume has another talisman in it. I genuinely do not know for this particular catacomb.
Let's go for a katana check here. What do we get? We have Sword of Night. That's
Sword of
pretty
Night.
decent. That's not bad.
Yeah. I like Great Omen Killer Cleaver better, but it's not bad.
Very interesting. I don't know how this board's going to play out. Right now, Blanks is very much in the driver's seat, has column 3, row 3, also has the diagonal open to him just for now until Chris gets staves here. But very, very powerful presence here from Blanks right now currently on the board. And he's just going to go for majority. After this column 2 is gone, just go for majority. He kills Black Knife Assassin here. He gets the Assassin's Crimson Dagger for that. And just keeps focusing on talismans, which I think is the right call because Chris is not doing that.
Yeah. Yeah, if you're doing something your opponent is not doing and you've got a lead, then you're likely to keep that lead. If you do something your opponent is doing, it's possible you get sniped, and then all of a sudden everything could reverse. So it is a good way to win from a advantageous position. Just go for things you think your opponent isn't. Although I also like to see lines. I like to see people push for lines. I think eventually we'll start to see people push to lines as everyone realizes, wait, if nobody pushes for lines and nobody blocks lines, then if I start pushing for lines, I can just get it and they won't stop me. And so we'll constantly see like a revolving door of like the more people push lines, the more people block lines, the more people block lines, the more you don't push lines, the more you don't push lines, the more people don't block lines, and so
always
just
changes.
kind of circles.
It always changes. Chris here going for a demi-human queen kill because she drops another staff and a spell. And then we'll maybe grab the Faith Tier. Not grabbing the Faith Tier, that's fine. And then we're going to go to Inner Ionia here and Caleb grab the last staff I believe that Chris needs. And call it a day and see if we have enough sorceries as well.
Yeah, I mean, I do a little bit worry for Blanks, even though he is in an advantageous position of just Chris is going for some high synergy plays here. Chris could potentially maintain the majority, even though Blanks is trying to block out that last possible line from Chris. But maybe afterwards Blanks then does go for Fia's, in which case he should make it there first.
Yeah, I don't know how this is going to play out. Like I could see staves and spells going to Chris. Sorcery only, possibly to Chris, right? So looking at 11 here for Chris. If Blanks does not execute on Fia's champs here whatsoever, we see Estelle Stars of Darkness and Estelle going to Blanks. And maybe Ancestor Spirit as well because he already has downstairs access. And yeah, from there, Talismans, I guess. So they're both at 11-11 here. Then it's just a genuine race on who gets the Vike because they both have the same access on Vike here. And then Morgoth's Great Rune. Like, it's weird.
Yeah, it's a weird spot for sure for both of them, where, either of them could take the lead with one big play from them or one big mistake from their opponents. So it's a little bit of anyone's game. You'd love to be Blanks in this position because you've got so many lines that you can threaten with. But if he doesn't capitalize on them, it doesn't amount to too much. And Chris is taking the majority lead. There it is. Final staff.
Staff blocking out one of the bingos, by the way, from Blanks as well, which is the diagonal. Now Blanks can be like, okay, so Talismans is not being contested right now from Chris. I got time on Talismans. I could block out this last bingo line and just like really focus on majority here, or maybe even go for Fia's champs.
Yeah, he really could. So we will see. I think this mostly is going to come down to what Blanks chooses. I think if Blanks chooses the right options, I think he probably just straight up wins. And if Blanks chooses options that happen to be wrong, it's not to say like oh, he made the wrong call or anything, but, you know, you make guesses. If he makes the wrong guesses, I think it could very much keep Chris in the game or even let Chris come back and win. So I think the onus right now is on Blanks to pick good squares, pick good things to do, and if he does, I think he should be able to seal out the win.
Chris buying some sources here from Selin. And one more talisman here from Blanks. He's not currently keeping track on the bingo board, but I'm assuming he's getting really close. He's, I don't know, 7 or 8 talismans around there. Going to mountaintops
He's got to
right
be
now.
close. He's
Okay,
been going for so many.
Is he going for Vike now?
Ooh. I mean, I don't think Vike gives a talisman, so I don't think there's synergy there.
I don't think he is.
Honestly,
yeah.
It's a reasonable one to just block out. You know, it's just a relatively quick square that he could do, so I don't hate it. I mean, I hate it because I don't want to ever have to see Vike in my life, but you know, given that you're trying to win a bingo game, it's not bad for that.
Yeah. No, I agree. I agree. We'll see how this plays out. I really don't know. I think Blanks is trying to just split progress right now. He already has pretty much the advantage of the board. So I think right now he's just very much doing the classic split progress late game situation to avoid being sniped by Chris. Chris is the last one that marked a square, which is staves. So maybe he's like, okay, I have time on talismans right now. I don't need to execute on that. Chris has been working on staves here. So I'm going to go do something else first, which is Vike, and then come back to the stave square and have Chris maybe waste a little bit of time on that.
Yeah, and so Blanks does currently have 8 talismans. I think he's just going to buy the 9th. There it is. All right. But at the same time, Chris gets 12 sorceries. 10 to 9. Chris only needs 3 more squares. One of them has to be Fia's. One of them has to be either Ancestor Spirit or Morgoth's Great Rune.
Yep.
And then if he just gets 1 more, then he wins. He has to block Blanks' 2 remaining lines, and then he just has to get one more square anywhere.
Chris is going for Vike here from looks of it, currently in mountaintops.
Ooh.
But Blanks already is in position, opening up the jail right now.
Yeah, I do hope that Chris recognizes if he gets any 1 more square, then all he has to do is Fia's and, let's say, for example, Ancestor Spirit. It does Chris no good whatsoever to try to get Vike and then also Estelle's, right? Because even if he wins Estelle's, he still needs 2 more squares to block out Blanks' bingo, so he'd have to get 14 squares. At this point, almost the only thing that matters is blocking the lines.
Golden Land not doing too bad of a damage here. Jar Shard is on Blanks' inventory, so I mean it's doing a little bit of bonus damage, which is really, really nice. But not sure if that's the... Oh, yep.
Oh, and gets absolutely destroyed. I hate that.
That's
attack.
Vike.
Let me just say it. Yep, he does the swirling whirlwind, and if it catches you, he just gets a guaranteed stab, and it just full to deaths you unless you have a ton of vigor, which neither of them do, because both of them have had to. Well, actually, Blanks has a good amount of vigor. He's still got basically one.
And Chris is here now. Chris is in the Everjail before Blanks.
He could win this. Blanks is a higher level, so should have an easier time. Oh, going for the wild strikes. It didn't work super well. Vike did just roll out of it.
Yep, never mind.
And Chris at low health, not healing. Okay, does get away, does get to heal there. Not too bad.
Oh boy.
Ooh. Both of them with solid damage, but Blanks, it looks like, with better damage. Yeah, definitely better damage, but we will see if the bleed maybe helps Chris catch up with the Omen Killer Cleaver.
Nope, because Vike is immune to all statuses. He does not bleed.
Oh, right. Yeah. Why is that?
I don't know, because he's supposed to be the first. He's supposed to be like the first Tarnished to become Elden Lord. So he's like he's just a Giga Chad.
I'm not immune to bleed. Where's my bleed immunity?
I
the
don't
Elden
know.
Lord.
Well, this is after, like, isn't this like Vike in the jail is like after he like went insane and all that stuff. So I guess that gave him like superpowers, you know.
Going insane gives you superpowers. You heard it here, I guess.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Something like that.
Okay, Blanks 1 hit away. Ooh, he's got to be a little careful. But there it is. All right, Blanks takes Vike. That's going to make it 10 to 10 for Blanks. Chris is not going to be happy about that.
trying to quit out there, but instead changes his resolution.
That would be funny if it was permanent. Good thing it did not actually change on our,
yeah,
on our
just
screens.
like
If his screen was suddenly smaller. Yeah.
There we go, though. 10-10, currently tied up game. Blank's now going downstairs. He is going downstairs.
If he rushes Fia's, I mean, he still just has this whenever, you know, whenever he wants to try to finish it off. Chris has to block Fia's, has to get Ancestor Spirit or Morgoth's Great Rune, and then has to get one more. But Blanks also has priority on Estelle, so Blanks right now ahead in majority and ahead in all of the squares, you know, that he needs in order to possibly set up a bingo. So Blanks, like, way ahead at this point, even though it's only 10-10.
Yeah, so this is pretty much, honestly, at this point with Chris going to Estelle, it's kind of GG's because Chris still hasn't killed Radahn.
Yeah. So he just can't get access to Fia's. Like, that is the one square that no matter what he has to get. It's the one square Blanks is going for, and it's a square that Chris is not going for right now. So it looks like this early threat that Blanks held on to it for a very long time, trying to force Chris into. Chris never bit, but because he never bit, Blanks gets to just finish it off.
And I don't understand that, like, at least prepping the potential block in the future, you know? Obviously, the board is kind of pushing you around a little bit to where, like, you have to make decisions that aren't necessarily what you want, but in the current time just is the best move to do. But, yeah, I don't know. I don't think going for Vike there was necessarily the best idea. Are you giving up a one-off square? 100%. But currently, I don't think you have the luxury to try and race on these one-off squares. You don't have the luxury if you have got two lines staring you right in the face. You got Fia's Champs, Morgoth's Great Rune, and Ancestor Spirit. You have to really lean into those types of blocks instead to stay in the game.
Yeah, I mean, I agree. I would have liked to see the two blocks first, then for Chris to, like, you know, sort of get Blanks guessing on what the final square would be and try to win that way. I do think Vike is a fast enough square.
Appreciate the raid, Parky. Welcome in, guys.
Let me kill Vike real quickly first, then I'll go Fia's, then I'll go Ancestor Spirit, and then I'll win, is not a bad plan. I do think that was a reasonable plan, but, you know, if you get sniped, like, it's all for naught. It really turns it from, like, Chris had a reasonable chance to bring out the victory to Chris has got a slim chance that probably relies on Blanks having an incident on Fia's for a while. That's probably the only thing I see as, like, oh, here's how Chris could come back. Blanks dies on Fia's for, you know, 10 minutes. Yeah.
But even, that's a very rare scenario, I feel like, at this point, with everyone being so well practiced, you know. I don't really see that necessarily happening here. Yeah, we're going to see Mimic Tier here from Blanks, Estelle from Chris. And this doesn't really do much. This doesn't really budge on the board at all. Like, once...
Yeah.
I mean, yeah, he can just... I mean, he's got Strike Weapon, too. He's got Holy Strike, which is great for gargoyles. So, like, he's just going to be bulldozing his way to Fia's Champs.
Yeah, we know what the outcome is almost certainly going to be at this point. It's not as though Chris could know. Chris might think, oh, I'll go for Estelle first because I think Blanks is going to still hold off on Fia's. I think he's still going to hold off on Ancestor Spirit, and I can snipe him on those later. But yeah, we just happen to know they went different paths, and different paths is always advantageous for the person in the lead. Blanks definitely in the lead. So given that they went a different path, it's looking like curtains at this point.
Looking definitely a little tough game one here for Chris. Early game looked really strong here, putting some pressures on Blanks, but Blanks responding very effectively, you know, with that double up Radahn into Misbegotten Boss's block. Just really set up that column 3 for himself very nicely. And rushing that level 65 that we talked about was going to be really crucial just from the beginning of the game. Like, that level 65, you might have to try and push that as soon as possible, and that's what Blanks did.
Yeah, the center square 65 was a little diabolical. It felt like it could have been a trap. Like, if you try to go for it too early, you waste too much time. But in this case, it was like every line went through the center. Chris had a diagonal threat through the center. Blanks had a row threat and a column threat through the center. Like, it was just... that one square was so pivotal to this game that Blanks choosing to forego getting anything else and just saying, I'm just going to do whatever gives high runes, really, really, really worked out well for him.
Yeah, Blank's going for Ancestor Spirit over rushing Fias champs here, which honestly, kind of fair, I guess, in this case, right? He's just like, okay, you know, I don't know exactly if Chris is going for Fias champs right now. Let me still get these one-offs that are on the way. You know, I already have access to Morgoth's Great Rune.
Maybe he just gets access to Ancestor Spirit, then continues on to Fias. That wouldn't be necessarily a bad call either. So if he got sniped on Fias, which we know is not going to happen, but if he did, he's like, oh, cool, I've got Ancestor Spirit prepped. I warp back, I walk in, I kill it, I win. So I think either way that he does this, whether he commits to Ancestor Spirit or whether he just uses it as a setup, which it looks like he is. This is just setup. He's moving on. I think this is a very, very good, very smart play.
Super fair. Super fair.
All right, nice. Yeah, he is heading over to the Gargs, which, as you mentioned, he's got a strike weapon that is some split damage with a magic type of thing. Not magic, but holy. But yeah, gargoyles are much less resistant to strike and much less resistant. Oh, no, he is going back for the moves. Never mind. Well, well, well. He just wanted that grace so that he could get to gargoyles and Fias after. Also makes sense. This is going to signal to Chris that he's at Fias, and Chris is kind of going to know.
It's over.
I can't really do anything about that.
Yeah, it's like, all right, well, cool. Yeah, I don't know. These are just like weird, risky plays that I personally, even for me, I don't like. Sometimes chatters are like, I don't understand these players. I'm right there with you. Sometimes I don't understand exactly what's going on as to like why allow it to get as far as it does. I have personally, in the numerous amount of matches I've commentated, never seen a play work out like this. I've never seen not blocking ever work out. You know,
I've been in a game where not blocking worked out. Actually, Monkey Business versus Frog Car Spin in season 5. There was a threat on the board for like 30 or 40 minutes that we just went, nah. And then at the end of the game, we sniped it away and took the victory. So I'm just saying.
But you still got it. That's the thing. You still got it, though. That's what I'm getting at.
You do have to get it eventually. Yes,
yeah,
yes.
At some point, you gotta grab it. Like, you can't just have it there forever.
Yeah,
you know?
Yeah. I mean, that's sort of a given. That's literally the rules of bingo. You have to block the line to win. But saving it for later can make sense. In this case, Chris is just saving it a little bit too long.
Yeah.
What? Wait, what? Did Chris just quit out?
Because he has an Onyx Lord in the arena with Estelle.
Oh,
yeah, the classic enemy runs in with you while you open the door situation.
Yeah, I wonder if it would have been faster to just kill the Onyx Lord in the middle of the arena. Maybe that was too scary.
Nice kill here from Blanks.
Nice. And Chris sees it. He makes a little face like, yeah, he is over there. So I think they both know at this point it should be over. Especially as soon as Chris marks the Estelles, Blanks will be like, oh, he wasn't even heading here. Sweet.
Yep.
I get this.
Yep. Even if, let's say hypothetically Chris gets Fias champs, it would be 11-11. I don't think actually they both have 2 great runes, because Blanks only has Radahn, Chris only has Godric currently. So
yeah,
like
there is Remembrance Boss sorcery only on the board. So theoretically, if Chris got Estelle's and then got Fias, I mean, I guess they both race on sorcery only, and then whoever gets sorcery only has better access to the capital and gets Morgoth's Great Rune? I mean, it's very wishful thinking for Chris to say, oh yeah, just magically give Chris Fias champs. But if he did, I suppose it kind of would just be a race at that point.
Yeah. It would have been like up until this point, everything made sense. I don't understand the Estelle play. Obviously, you're trying to get squares here and there, but if you get sniped on Vike, you know.
Yeah, I mean, I think it makes sense as a almost like a fake out your opponent play of like, oh, Blanks thinks for sure I'm going to be going for the blocks. So I'm going to go for one square other than the blocks first to make sure that as soon as I block, I also get majority and win. It is absolutely a tricky play, but Blanks did not get tricked this time. So I agree with you. I don't think it's a play I would have made, but I don't think that it is devoid of any reason to do it. I just think it is not one that's going to work out against Blanks. Blanks does hold priority and has held it for pretty much the entire game, but is not going to hold it at the very, very end as well.
Definitely tough.
Ooh, Blank's really, really low and with no heals left. He's down to the one gargoyle.
He's going to die,
actually.
actually.
He's got to clutch up.
No, he's poisoned. He's going to die.
He's poisoned, yeah. Wait, he's just dies. Wait, unless he gets the riposte. Take the riposte. No!
Oh, that was so close.
That was so close. If he took
Literally,
the
like,
riposte,
one
that was definitely
frame.
a kill. Oh, my goodness.
Literally
Tragic.
1 frame. Damn, that was actually insanely close, dude.
Yeah. I mean, this is what Chris needs to, like, catch up on Fia's progress. He's just heading to Radahn. Maybe if he does Radahn sorcery only and then snipes away Fia's, I mean, I guess that'd be a victory, but like, I mean, it would take a few more incidents like that from Blanks, and Blanks is a very seasoned player that I don't expect that to happen.
Well, I mean, hey, here's the other thing though, is like if it's like Chris doesn't even have to do sorcery only though. Like if Chris just gets Fia's champs, he already has 12. He just has to go for Morgoth's Great Rune.
Exactly,
So,
yeah. So it really just comes down to, like, you know, Chris has to win Fia's champs, and it's like, how is he gonna do that? He's not, but if he did, it would be going through Radahn, and I guess he could synergize that with sorcery only.
I don't know what happened, but this fight's way better for Blanks.
Yeah, I mean, his
I don't know
weapon
what
is
changed,
shredding.
but he pretty much no-hit this fight, but the other fight, he ran out of flasks. I'm not sure what happened there. Euphoria and Health and Steeple.
Ooh,
Very
solid.
nice
He's actually
weapons.
swapping to Helfins.
Yeah, it's great. It's fantastic.
Yeah. What he's got left is an NPC boss. So I do love the Greatsword moveset against NPCs. Is very, very nice.
No shot. He's actually setting up for sorcery only.
I kind of predicted this. Also, his stream is
Chris's stream
is
froze.
buffering. Yeah.
Oh,
His
Lord.
stream might be down. Maybe we have a ref in there. Watch him for the end of the match.
Oh, he's back. He's
I don't
back.
think there,
Oh,
he's back.
no,
Okay,
never mind. Never mind.
okay.
Yep, kind of. Very shit quality, but we're back. We're back.
We're back. We're back. Okay, I refreshed and now I can see him a little better. He's running through the courtyard. Okay. Oh, wait. Blanks is pivoting out to
That's what I was
sorcery only?
saying. That's what I was saying.
What are we doing here, Blanks? He wants the double win. He wants to win twice. He wants the majority and a line. This is disrespectful, Blanks. Come on.
It is kind of
You
insane.
saw him do Estelle's. You know there's no way he can contest you. Come on. He's trolling. I mean, okay. I'm imagining a scenario where Blank says, oh, he's definitely chasing on Fia's champs. I'll go get the other two on win in majority. But, like, you're so far ahead on Fia's. Just send it.
I don't even know. Like, here's the thing. Here's what I'm thinking, right? Is even if he goes sorcery only, I don't think Chris has enough time to catch up.
Yeah, he probably does not. I mean, Chris could snipe away.
Chris is doing sorcery only. He's doing sorcery only, Radahn.
Only. This is so silly.
He's got Shard Spiral Radahn locked in right now.
Yeah.
But that's going to tell Blanks, okay, he killed Radahn right now.
Yeah, it'll tell him, oh, I can go back to Fia's again. But he's gotten like 1,000 confirmations that, oh, Chris is not set up for Fia's because he did Estelle's. Oh, Chris is not set up for Fia's because he went for Godskin Noble without status effects. He's gotten 1,000 confirmations of this, but is not pulling the trigger.
Damage isn't horrible here, but not getting the value that I was expecting either. Like, Shard Spiral would have been like insane versus Estelle. I'm not sure why we didn't do Shard Spiral versus Estelle over Radahn.
Oh yeah, because he is a remembrance boss. It does not have to be Great Rune boss.
Right.
Honestly, it's doing solid damage though. I think this is
Okay,
fine.
yeah, we're kind of cooking now. The
He's got him to
quicker
half, he's got him to
casting
half.
is better. The charge casting is not it.
Yeah. Mm-hmm. Does have to use some mana flasks here. He's gonna
Okay,
have to do the
phase
fight
2.
almost hitless because he has so little healing flasks here.
Okay, phase 2 here already. But yeah, this is gonna just tell Blanks like, okay, I feel champs now. Cool, thanks. I guess Blanks is really worried that if he gets snipes on Fia's champs, he still has to get a Great Rune. So he's like, okay, let me just do sorcery only with Great Rune, just so I can access capital just on the off chance I get sniped.
Yeah,
I guess is the idea
that
here.
is the thing. Is like a lot of times you're like, what's the worst case scenario, and you almost like put it into your head of this is what's going to happen. And worst case scenario is a snipe. There is the kill from Chris.
I was
way behind.
really
I'm watching.
behind. Jesus Christ.
I'm so behind. Yeah, let me refresh. Yeah, okay, there it is. He's dead.
Yep, and we're going back downstairs. Nope, Blanks is still
Blanks is pushing Morgoths?
because
What are
Chris
we-
has to block both. Chris has to block
Chris
both.
does have to block both. It's true. This is a silly match.
This is
a silly match.
Hey, dude. This is
Wait,
why.
no, but this doesn't matter. If Blanks gets Morgoth's Great Rune, it literally does nothing. Because Blanks still has to get Fia's to win on majority because he only has 11. This Morgoth's Great Rune literally does not matter for Blanks. The only thing he needs is if he gets Fia's, he wins guaranteed. And if he loses Fia's, he loses guaranteed. There is literally no reason to do Morgoth's Great Rune right now.
No, there is because he's got row 3. That's another bingo line.
Oh, wait, you're right. There is. Wait, you're right. I forgot. There's
What are you talking about?
He's
He's got-
lines in this game. No, I'm so. You're right. He can do either. I forgot.
He's got winner's choice here right now, pretty
He's
much.
got winner's choice.
It's almost Chris has to like
all
pick
right.
now. This is almost like a 3-card Monty for Chris. He has to make the right choice. But guess what? Both are the wrong choice because Blanks can just pick whatever
It
he
doesn't
wants.
matter. Yeah, Blanks just picks whatever he wants. This is so silly. Still, he's right next to Fia's though. Like he really could just do it.
Where are we going? Oh, it's going through capital through this way. Okay, so
He's going to capital access. Yeah.
bro, I swear to Christ now, if Blanks gets the DTS and pivots back to Fia's,
Well, here's the funny
This could
thing.
be pivot
If Chris
central.
gets
I can feel it.
Fia's, it gets him access to the capital to go to Morgoth's.
I'm already pissed off and it's not even happening because we're just gonna be pivoting for the next 30 minutes.
Oh no. It really is. He's gonna make like 10% progress pivot, 10% progress pivot. Oh man.
And they're both gonna do it, which is the weird part, right? So now Chris is going to be doing Mimic
Yeah.
Tier, going towards Gargs. This is gonna take him at least 5 minutes or something like that. And what the hell
Yeah.
is that? And then Blanks here is gonna go maybe kill DTS, get into Capital, grab the Grace, then go to Fia's. Grab the Grace at Fia's, then go back to Capital, kill Goldfree, go back to Fia's.
Okay, I have a thought here. Even if Blanks wanted to do Morgoth's Great Rune, wouldn't it still have been faster to go Fia's here? Go Fia's to get into the capital faster? If you got sniped on Fia's right now, wouldn't Blanks be saying, oh crap, I am behind on capital access? I mean, imagining Chris just magically was at Fia's right now. I genuinely think, like, this could have been a throw if he was not so far ahead, because Fia's gives Chris capital access. If he's worried about getting sniped on Fia's, then he knows that as soon as he gets sniped on Fia's, he loses the race on capital access. He loses Morgoth's Great Rune. Chris definitely, well, probably has 2 Great Runes because he did Remembrance Boss Incant only and Remembrance Boss Sorcery only. So,
So then technically this is the better play for Blanks, right?
no, because even if he went through Fia's champs, even if he got sniped on Fia's champs, he'd be closer behind Chris, whereas now he's taking the longer way to the capital, so he would theoretically be further behind Chris by going this slower route into the capital.
Sure.
So,
But I guess the way I see it is like if you're chasing Fia's champs and you get sniped, it's worse than going this way and not doing Fia's champs. if that makes sense.
But both give you the exact same capital access. I'm just thinking, let's say it was only a Morgott's Great Rune race. I still think Fia's would have been the correct call. Even if you just assume Chris snipes you on Fia's, I still think Fia's was the faster way into the capital, is all I'm saying. Like, if Blanks' only goal was Morgott's, I still think Fia's was the better call. Now, in this case, he's so far ahead, I think he gets Morgott's Great Rune anyway before Chris gets... Even before Chris gets Fia's, probably. But I don't think this was the correct call.
I don't know. This is a weird end game.
Yeah, this is very weird.
Well, let's see how this fight goes for Chris. We do have Omen Killer Cleaver. We don't have a strike weapon for the good old gargoyle, so we'll see how that plays out. I'm not sure how you feel about that.
Standard is all right. It's all right. You would obviously love to have a strike weapon. There were multiple strike weapons in the round table hold. But wait, is he doing charge spiral? Wait. Okay, I was about to say. There's no way he's doing sorcery only.
I mean, they are weak to magic.
Yeah, they are weak to magic. Blanks did use the Watchdog staff and pretty much not exclusively, but a lot of it he did the casting of the weapon art, which did very, very solid damage. So I think Chris also had access to that. I think that was the one in round table hold, but given that he is not going for that, I think, Omen Killer Cleaver is solid for this. Okay, not the best, not the worst, somewhere in the middle.
We are in the capital here for Blanks, and he's like, okay, I'm going to go ahead and just do a capital skip. Very nice there. No bow capital skip. Very, very solid setup. Gets it first try. And now making his way towards gold free. See, now even if Chris does kill Fia's, which he's still not even close to, he would be behind Blanks. So.
Yeah. So Blanks should still have this guaranteed regardless. He could pivot out to Fia's and win. He can continue on to Morgott and win. No matter what he does, Blanks should have the win here.
Yep. Decent damage from the Omen Killer Cleaver.
Yeah.
Should be getting a stagger here. One more charge dart too.
Yeah, it will be very funny when, well, not when, but if we see that Chris gets to 13 squares, does not win, and then, Blanks gets to 12 squares and does win, and we would have maybe our first ever 13 to 12 where the 12 wins.
Yeah. So silly. So silly.
So very silly. Very, very, very silly. Script writers went nuts for this one. That's for sure. You did a great job, Domo. This is
Thank you. The writing is tough, man.
Yeah. That's really what makes Bingo shine, though, is the script writers. The players, they're just the actors. It's all about the writers and directors here.
And there we go. Now, Chris technically ahead on Fia's. Does it matter?
Yeah.
No.
No, not at all.
Does not matter. Does not matter one bit.
This is one of the silliest games that I have seen. It's like neither player made calls that were like technically wrong, but both players played in just such weird ways that we end up with this really awkward end game where like it feels like it just should have been over and it just keeps going.
Yep.
Just a strange game.
And this is where it's another perfect showcase that people don't respect lines. Just finish your damn lines. Finish your vegetables, chat. Finish your vegetables, players. You can do it, and it will reward you. That's it.
All right, Blank's heading into the gold free fight. With this much health, he should be totally fine. Gold free can be a little scary if you're at low health because he can one-shot you, but generally you can get some nice, easy strafes in. Jump attacks are very nice. Doing good. Even using the magic grease, which is nice against gold free because he cannot be statused, but he can take extra magic damage. Nice. Stagger. Just wild strikes instead of the riposte. Very nice.
Not going for the cool finisher.
Yeah.
The cool, like, the front flip Omen Killer finisher is always so sick.
Yeah. That one's pretty fun. All right, gets gold free down. Just has to do Morgott and then also the Great Rune. Chris should have time to get Fias in the meantime and get himself capital access.
We still got like 7 minutes because he has to kill Morgott and then do Twin Omens. Like,
yeah, it's just gonna be a while.
Come on, man.
He gave plenty of time for my my food to get delivered here, so I've got something to eat in the break between games. So
nice.
thank you, Blanks. Good stalling.
I still find it hilarious that this Black Knife Assassin is so bad at their job that they don't realize you just snuck behind them.
You're like touching them. You're like brushing up against them like, sorry, excuse me, sorry.
Yeah.
Like, oh, no, my fault. Yeah, you go ahead.
Who awoke me up? Okay, everyone's here. Sits back down. Bleed proc here on the first.
But I mean, this
champ.
maybe also goes to show why it was a little silly for Chris to even go for Killer Remembrance boss sorcery only, because he had to block Fias and he had to block Morgott's, and that would have given him majority even without it. So you're totally right. I had line blindness, and I wonder if the same thing happened to Chris, where he just didn't notice that Morgott's Great Rune was another line.
It literally was useless.
Yeah, it really was useless.
Going for sorcery only actually hurt Chris more than he realizes, because I believe Blanks was willing to do it, right? So Blanks would have wasted actually even more time. Chris would have had more time to do Fia's Champs and Morgott's Great Rune, but instead took it away from Blanks. Blanks was like, okay, let me just bulldoze. Let me just deal with my damage. It actually was just not a good play in that regard, you know? And Chris didn't have to do it, but he did.
Okay. It fills out the board. I'm just, you know, cinema.
Yeah. So silly.
Okay, Blanks 1 or 2 hits away from Morgott, goes for the Wild Strikes. Nice, finishing him off. Chris also doing a great job against Fia's Champs, hardly taking any hits. I love the health and steeple pick here. Ooh, has to be very, very careful though. Both of them are trying to rush him. He's taking it nice and slow. This is very smart. He's got one down, just Lionel left. Runs through the skulls, doesn't even respect them. Roll catches Lionel. Very nice. That'll be 13 squares for Chris, which would normally be a win, but not in this case.
But it's not.
He puts his hands up like he thinks it's over. Chris, it's not over.
Chris,
you're still playing the game.
There's a roll 3. Dingus head.
There's a. Oh, you just saw me. He said, "Oh,
dude."
He is.
Dude. Actually thinking that he won. What an absolute goober move. And this guy wonders why he doesn't have a championship belt. This guy wonders why he doesn't have a championship belt. And we see this shit on the best of 3s preseason season 6.
Oh my.
Actually insane. In bananas.
Yep.
Absolute bananas. Blank's now going to be grabbing the Morgott's Great Rune, and that's going to be that.
That'll be that. I have never experienced a funnier game than this, I think. This is incredible. He's not even taking the teleporter, Chris. I mean, it's over anyway, but like,
yeah, there is a teleporter.
There's literally a teleporter. It takes you right there, Chris.
Absolute shooketh, dude. Absolute shooketh.
Oh my god. This is
can't believe it. Absolute walk of shame to Capital right now.
Oh
now
my
we get
god.
we get to see Omen here in like 4 minutes because you have to just run the whole time.
You got to run the whole time. You can't even ride your horse, even though the knights here get to ride their horses. Completely unfair. And it's just a long walk over. And then it's a fight, which isn't too bad. And then it's a long walk up an elevator ride up the tower. It's just going to be a while.
Bro, like, imagine the fact, like, what if just not only Chris did that, but Blanks did that, and both just sat there for a second, and we're like, hello? But luckily, yeah, Blanks was like, yeah, I'm good, I'm chilling. Yeah. This is weird, because every single time I've practiced with Chris, he always says he doesn't see specific lines. I don't know what goes on in his head, but, like, he's like, oh, I didn't even see that I had diagonal. I didn't even see that I had column 4. I don't know how hyper-focused he gets on squares, but he misses lines. He just misses them.
I mean, it happens. It happened to me. I guilty is charged here, so I can't blame him too much. But
It's
yeah,
tough.
it's tough to keep track. I mean, there are, 5 rows, 5 columns, and 2 diagonals. There are 12 possible lines that you got to be looking at all times, and
Yeah.
if you just miss one of them, it's easy to overlook it. I've also overlooked individual squares before. You're scanning through, you don't even notice. Oh wait, there was this synergy here. There was this really fast square here that I just didn't see as I was looking over. So it absolutely happens, and in this case, it is gonna, well, maybe not cost Chris the game, because I think Blanks was in a great spot anyway.
Yeah,
But certainly cost him the last shred of hope that he had, and really make it from a Blanks probably wins into a, oh yeah, Blanks wins here.
Well, we do have this is a best of 3, so we do have a game 2. And let me tell you something. Going into game 2, I bet you Chris is going to be absolutely locked in on the board. Going to actually absolute study it. Just be like, I'm not missing another line. This has to be like right there. So
Yeah. He hopefully doesn't get in his head and overanalyze the board. I don't feel like Chris is the type to get into his own head that much, but
yeah.
hopefully he can just use it to lock in and really
Nice
focus
kill.
up. Because I would love to see a game 3. These two are so evenly matched, and they have shown it here where Chris technically got the majority, but Blanks is going to get the final line, and it's going to end 13-12, which is as close as it can be. In fact, arguably even closer than other 13 and 12s, because the person with 13 is not the person winning.
I think it's literally the first time ever this has happened. This is the first time ever.
Yeah.
First time ever yesterday. Someone took a pee break in the middle of a match. First time ever today. Someone losing while having 13 squares. Like I can't write anything better, chat. I can't.
Script writers truly doing their jobs. Never stop.
All right, here we go. Now we have a nice long elevator ride up the tower.
Chris only now getting into Capital. Let's see what lane Del skip he does, so that we have information for a possible game 3.
He does the ledges one. He always does the ledges
one. This is the one I usually do as well. It's a little bit slower than the backstep method, but honestly not like too bad, and very safe. So I do like this one personally.
Yeah, I've never took the time to learn this one personally. I like the aura that is punch air and land with foot strat. I just hope that it works out.
I liked it until I started speedrunning this game, and I lost so many runs to it, and I was like, I hate this. You have to do it in a speedrun. It saves enough time, but like I don't like it anymore.
Yeah,
if I get to avoid it, I'm not doing that one.
It's a fun one. It's a fun one. But yeah, here we go. We're about to see the square marked. Blanks winning bingo line on row 3. And
there it is.
Bang.
Picks it up. Marks
there
it.
There it is.
Bang.
Oh my god, dude.
Can we get a post-game interview for that one game? I almost want to. That
one's
was
just
a silly game.
That one was incredibly silly. Incredibly silly. Unbelievable. All right, well, let's go ahead. We'll go into a quick 10-minute break here. Have the players mentally reset. And we'll go into game 2 in just a moment here. Game 1 going to Blanks. Game 2 going to be DLC here. We'll see how well these players are equipped for the DLC matchup. And we'll be right back with you guys. Give me just a moment here. Let me just make sure I got the correct screen up next. All right. And here we go, chat. We'll see you in just a moment. All right, take care. And get yourself some snacks, some drinks. We'll be right back.
That was one for the ages. Here's hoping game 2 is just as good. And the DLC is a very different beast than the base game. A lot more progress shown rather than hidden. A lot more sort of direct lines of progression outward from the start in multiple directions. And, a lot more tough fights. There's a few in the base game that definitely you could be like, dang, that is a tough fight. Your Vikes, your Melanias. But in the DLC, it's kind of most of them. There's just a ton of tough fights. So it'll come down to execution. It'll come down to strategy. And who knows? Maybe we'll have a different result than that first game.
No, I agree. And we were going to see the board here right about now. Center Square collected 3 DLC full armor sets, not 2. Not the one that you're used to seeing. This is an X value square, so we see different things here, including acquire 3 hanging pod bell bearings. Not 2, but 3. Or 3, wherever you're from. Anyways.
Those variable squares definitely change things up. It's interesting that there's also more armor set, not only also on the board, but also on the diagonal with 3 DLC full armor sets. More armor set, that's a full armor set. So if somebody wanted to go for both of those as an early rush, could set up very, very early pressure on that diagonal. So I would not be surprised to see somebody go directly for those as first 2 squares. There is also Drink Tialier's Concoction. So given that that's on the board, players will probably want to talk to Tialier before trying to get Moore's armor set. Because if you kill him before getting the black syrup, then you're locked out of that square.
Yeah, I marked some squares here on the board right now. Moore's armor set being a rush square. Acquire Verdigris Discus as a rush square. Cotilier's Concoction, and also Perfumed Oil of Radahn. Those are the ones I think are going to be the fastest here. Armor sets, I don't think is going to be that slow, even though it's 3 instead of 2. I don't think it's that bad. You can kill Egon. I think that's a full armor set. You can also go for the Highlander armor set that we have right next to Red Bear. You have the Oathseeker armor set that's pretty close to where you start in the DLC itself. You just have to go all the way around, right? So there are some different armor sets to go for. Moore's armor set, obviously, is a full armor set as well. So the center square with Moore's armor set is definitely a double up. Maybe someone does sack Drink Tilier's Concoction to really go for those armor sets a little bit quicker here. But it sounds risky. Sounds very risky. So I don't know how that's going to play out here right now. When it comes to the mid to late game, I'm seeing like Iris of Grace being very critical with a corner square, right? I'm seeing
Hippo and Leda Rune right next to each other. Hippo leads right into Leda Rune. And that is not a slow line whatsoever, that row 4. Demi-Human Swordsman you could get to while also going to perfume. Of Radahn, that's the thing that I'm thinking of. I've lost it. Perfumed Oil of Radahn, that's it. So you could do those as a synergy there as well. Lamenter generally in that area, although you have to go through ADM to get there. And then Furnace Golem, you can do that at literally any time. So a very, very possibly rushy square, but it does take you in 2 different directions. One towards Shadowkeep and one towards the south. So getting both of those, who knows if you could get both of them.
10 seconds for the match to start, which also gives you 10 seconds, chat, the prime to the channel here. If you have a Twitch primer, please go ahead and use that to not watch these matches with ads. Without ads, the experience is 10 times better. So go ahead and please go ahead and check if you have that available while we're getting started here. And here we go. Players off and set to run. Rusted Anchor here for Chris, by the way, and Jawbone Axe for Blanks. So
Jawbone Axe, that's a weird choice. I would not have expected that. I almost always see DLC players go for something real big, real heavy. And even though the Jawbone Axe does have Wild Strikes on it, it is lighter. I don't think it's for like upgrade cost, because you can always upgrade your light seal instead. So I'm a little interested why he went for that. Rusted Anchor, great. They also had access to Long Haft Axe, which is almost exactly as good, although it's pierce damage on the Rusted Anchor versus standard damage on the Long Haft Axe, so it's pick your poison on damage type. But yeah, the Jawbone Axe, not something I was expecting.
I don't know. I think the Wild Strikes is definitely like one of the best Ash of Wars, honestly, in Elden Ring. So I think just people seeing that immediately like, oh, I have to have that. Whereas, Rusted Anchor being definitely a heavier weapon, having pierce damage, which is really, really good just in general, especially if you're going to do Rolana. We do have killed 3 bosses with Knight in their name in column 4, row 1 here, right? So, I mean, that could be a nice preemptive thing here from Chris, being like, hey, I would like to have that bonus damage versus this specific boss just to make it a little bit faster. But yeah, Wild Strikes, I think is nice for NPC fights. Even if it's not super heavy, it does help out. It does also apply statuses a lot quicker. So I don't know. There's an argument for both, and you could always ask Blanks at the end of the best of 3s, being like, hey, why Jawbone Axe? What made you go for Jawbone Axe there? But yeah, it looks like both players kind of in the same position right now, same driver's seat, looking to get some Skidoo fragments here maybe, and make their way towards Tialier.
Yeah, interesting to note, Blanks actually skipped the Skidoo fragment at that first Grace, the 3-path cross, so I think he's going to head back to it, which lets me know he's probably setting up for Tialier's concoction and or Moore's armor set, because he is planning to go back to that 3-path cross. I don't think there's any way you would skip that Skidoo if you were just passing through and you were going to continue on. So I do expect we are going to see him pivot out at some point to go collect that. Might be right here at Tialier. Another thing to note, though, about the wild strikes with Jawbone Axe, I think with it being just an axe and not a great axe, I think it does not stagger NPCs as well. So I think you'd have a really hard time with it against some of the more armored NPCs, such as Knight of the Solitary Jail could be tough. I think Rakshasa even, I think, has enough hyper armor that you'd have a tough time with it. So I'm not sure, even if you were going for NPCs, that I would necessarily love Jawbone Axe, but maybe Blanks will prove me wrong. Maybe it'll be way better than I expect.
Wow, and Chris, you're going for a little bit faster Tialier skip, by the way. Kind of matching Blanks right now in speed here, both having talked to Tialier now just to make sure they can get that concoction. But yeah, this is looking really, really interesting to see. Why aren't they both rushing it? They're both prepping it, but not rushing it. They both really want to focus on the map presence first more than anything else. And we'll see then how that deviates, because at some point, someone's going to pull the trigger on that concoction. Or I do think they're both just looking at armor sets right now. I do think they both are like, armor sets just is king, which I agree. Chris here, missing the rocks, however, is going to cost them 4 seconds. And you think, like, 4 seconds, that's not that crazy. Early game, 4 seconds is an eternity. Like, it definitely makes a difference so much. So we'll see how much that's going to cost them here in the beginning of the match. Blanks here, by the way, skipping the outside or the inside of Fort Reprimand, because you do get automatically dismounted, and that's giving him the lead here currently going towards Morth Runes, whereas Chris is entering Morth Runes, grabbing the Grace for later for kill bosses with Knight in their name, I'm assuming, but that's going to cost him, again, a little bit more time now, so now he's behind by 15 to 20 seconds. So this is going to be really interesting, because this is going to give Blanks, I don't know, so much extra time to get for the armor sets. So for the armor sets, so much time. It's insane.
Whatever he's going for first, Blanks almost certainly has at this point, just from skipping that Fort of Reprimand. And I expect it is going to be more armor. Like, I don't see why you wouldn't go for that with the way that Blanks is currently set up. I expect that's exactly what he's going for, and he should have it. I think he even skipped the Skidoo at Tialier along the way. He's skipping the Skidoo at Morth along the way. He's going to have to teleport back to so many places. He's skipping the Skidoo that's on the way towards where Moore's armor set would be. He's even grabbing the Bear armor set first?
Yeah,
now, this
grabbing
is kind
Highland
of a weird
armor set
ordering.
first, I guess.
Yeah. I'm a little surprised with this, because he has to port back to Moore at some point. So I feel like maybe it would have been better to you know, finish out Moore armor set first before going to this one.
He's not even going
for it. Is he
for
even
it.
going to this one? Where's he going? Where?
He's rushing Hippo?
It could be. In which case, why would he skip all the Skidoo if he's rushing Hippo? What? Genuinely, where is he going? Huh?
Chris also going towards Hippo? What is happening?
Okay, I guess we're wrong. I guess it's a Hippo race, which is also a great play. Hippo and Later Rune right next to each other on the board, so a good play, but like, Blank skipping all the Skidoo along the way feels rough to me, whereas Chris has picked up all that Skidoo. So even though Chris is, you know, way behind heading into this potential fight here, he actually could have a faster fight enough that it makes the difference, and he might actually end up winning this square, and Blanks could be behind on both setup and squares, potentially at least.
I guess maybe they're still rushing concoction here, but they're trying to do a little bit of a double up where they want more to be sad on top of giving the black syrup. And yeah, it's immediately what Blanks is doing here.
Oh, you're right, you're right. They do have to make him sad.
Well, you don't have to make him sad for the concoction, but you do have to make him sad for the armor set. So they're just kind of
yes
2-1 fusing this, you know?
Yeah, no, actually, yeah, you mentioned that. That totally makes sense. They grab the Grace for Hippo later. This is the fastest way to make more sad. No, this does make total sense. I forgot about that step. That's on me. This is absolutely the correct play. Actually, from both of them, they both know this is the correct play, but Blank's still ahead. Surprisingly, I feel like Chris caught up a good bit as they were running towards Hippo. I'm not even sure how his pathing was just better, but not enough. Blank's still way ahead because he skipped the Fort of Reprimand, so Blanks should have this one first. He might even be able to get more armor set and Tialier's concoction, maybe even and 3 DLC full armor sets. We'll see, or whether those get kind of split 2-1 here. But I think those are probably the 3 that they're both going for early here.
Morth runes first. Okay, so he has the black syrup, but he's going to be grabbing the Mor's armor set first here. Chris now going through the same dialogue that Blanks just went through, but Blanks, yeah, at least 10 to 15 seconds ahead right now, going straight towards Morth runes first here to grab the armor set. Chris doing the exact same thing here, but just a little bit behind. Just a little bit behind.
Yeah, very unfortunate for Chris. They both recognize this very, very powerful threat, but Blank's willing to skip any and everything on his quest to get it first. No Skidoo, nothing else, no Fort of Reprimand, whereas Chris trying to be a little bit more set up. This does mean that even though he will get sniped, and Blanks is going to be very happy about that, this does mean that Chris will possibly have an advantage towards next squares. If he wants to go to Golden Hippo, he'll be more set up for that. If he wants to go to Logar, who you could kill early, he'll be more set up for that, etc. So even honestly, the 3 DLC full armor sets, Chris could be ahead on because he could have a faster time possibly killing Egon in order to get his armor set. So I don't think this is by any means a disaster for Chris, but it is a little unfortunate. He sees it marked and he's like, ah, man.
Yep. Makes sense. Yep, there's the Mor's armor set. That is already 1 armor set towards the center square. And now I'm expecting Blanks not to go for Concoction, but to go straight towards Red Bear here for the Highlands armor set. He's like, okay, if I got that square first, means I can get the other ones probably. I can get the other armor sets as well. And yeah, Chris immediately being like, okay, I lost Mor's armor set. That means I can go for Concoction here.
Yeah, so it'll be a 2-1 out of the gate here is what it looks like. With Blanks having 2 that are in a diagonal. Those are scary. But Chris is going to drink the concoction before Blanks is going to have any chance to get the 3rd armor set. So Chris not too far behind.
There's the concoction, drinks it, and there we go. Taking a nice little nap next to the Grace. And there is the armor set. Yeah, there's the concoction now. So Blanks knows that he sniped probably Chris on Mor's armor set. Just by that, but just by seeing that, you know. He's like, okay, I probably got him there, but he grabbed concoction instead to make up for. There's 2 armor sets already here for Blanks. He's going to be going for the Oathseeker armor set now as his last armor set, which I think is fine. I'm
surprised he's not going for Egon. Would Egon not be faster on this board? And I don't think there's any reason that you need to keep Egon alive here. Unless Egon is not a full armor set, but I think we've counted as full armor sets in the past.
I think it's a full armor set. Yeah, I think it's a full armor set, but maybe he just doesn't have the Grace nearby. Maybe this is just a little bit faster. I'm really not sure.
Yeah, Chris also heading in the same direction. And why does Chris have 0 runes? What happened to his runes?
Yeah, I guess he just didn't pick them up.
Did he die somewhere?
Yeah, from the concoction.
Where did he die? Oh, the concoction. I forgot you have to pick up your runes after that. Yeah.
Yep.
That makes sense. Well, they should be safe. I mean, as long as he does not make a very terrible error here. If he does, I mean, this could be the most one-sided start to a game we've seen if he just does not have runes to upgrade. But I don't think we're in too much of fear of that.
Yeah,
he is chasing on the armor sets, and I don't think he's going to win.
That doesn't make a lot of sense. Like, I feel like if you're going to go for Concoction, you're already giving up armor sets. Maybe Chris was hoping that Blanks would go for Concoction first, and then continue armor sets, and then maybe snipe him on the concoction. So now he's just chasing that. But like not having Mor's armor set already kind of puts you behind. I don't know. But Blanks are grabbing the painting. Maybe that's what Chris is going for too. There is 2 painting rewards. Maybe it's just the painting.
Yeah, it is a decent synergy here. Painting's much more of a later game square as opposed to one of these early rushes that you want to get. But I mean, it's nice synergy here. I don't mind taking this as well. There's the 3 DLC full armor sets for Blanks. Chris mouthing, wow, I didn't expect him to get it that quickly. But he does, so.
We'll go ahead and I'll refresh them too here real quick. So they're both going round table right now, possibly going for upgrades now. We're past the collect rush squares on the board. Now it's just going to be kill, kill, kill for the most part. Killing Golden Hippo, killing Letta, and the invasion for the Letta rune, I believe, are the next two things pretty much on the board. We do have, he did remember his money, by the way, after he was in round table. We do have also the hanging pot bell bearings, and I think that's kind of what Chris maybe is looking for at some point as well, is the hanging pot bell bearings.
Now I see a very interesting weapon in Blank's inventory, the Starfist. Also, I didn't know you could drop multiple weapons all at once like that. That's actually kind of neat.
Yeah,
I'll have to think about that for the auto upgrading. But yeah, Starfist, excellent weapon, S+ tier weapon. It is pretty much the best weapon in all ways except for one. Range sucks. It is very, very short range, but outside of that, it just does ridiculous damage, ridiculous poise. You can grease it, you can infuse it. It's got passive bleed on it. Like, the strictly only downside to Starfist is that it just doesn't have a lot of range. Now in the DLC, I feel like that's not too big of an issue compared to a lot of the base game bosses. A lot of the base game bosses, you could just like whiff on. They have just hitboxes that are just kind of like concave. Thinking of Dragonkin soldiers, Erdtree avatars, even Star Scourge Radahn, it can be easy to miss on. Whereas DLC bosses, I feel like usually are a little easier to stick close to them and get those hits. So maybe the best DLC weapon in the entire game. It is so good.
Yeah, we're seeing Chris here rushing through Elak River, so this is definitely a head start on Chris. He's trying to get rid of that diagonal, acquire the perfumed oil of Radahn, is definitely going to make that happen. We also have the demi-human swordsman down below in the Elak area / blue flower area, if you will, and also kill a base game boss in the DLC, and demi-human Mariga counts towards that. So we have a little 3-for-1 deal going on here, which I just showed on the board for all the viewers at home as well. Here we have Oil of Radahn to block the diagonal, and then these two bad boys back to back. Chris currently is not upgraded, however, and I don't think he's going to get all three, but it'll be at least one of them.
Because Blanks is chasing. Blanks is right behind, but Blanks is already upgraded. So Chris definitely loses one, if not both, of Demi-Human Swordsman and base game boss in the DLC. He should get Perfumed Oil of Radahn first. I assume he's heading immediately down here without upgrading, because he plans to grab the perfume to kind of mark his progress, then go upgrade. And I mean, I guess there's like a potential chance that Blanks chases on perfume, loses perfume, and then goes, well, Chris is going to snipe me. I'll go somewhere else. Yeah. I don't think that's likely, but, you know, there's a chance. If he thinks that Chris has already upgraded his weapon, he might assume he's behind, even though we know he's ahead on those with an upgraded weapon. He could definitely take both Demi-Human Swordsman and base game boss in the DLC, or at the very least one of them.
I feel like, honestly, even though Starfists are so great, I feel like versus Demi-Human Swordsman and even like Demi-Human Queen Mariga, Rusted Anchor here has a little bit of an edge just because of that range, just because of that like extra heaviness, right? That makes them makes the Demi-Human Swordsman micro stagger, right? Whereas Starfist, even Trap R2s, I don't know if they make him micro stagger until he does a full charged R2, and those are harder to land. So it's gonna be a little tough here to see how that plays out.
Yeah, I'm not sure if they do. I honestly would suspect that they do cause a little micro stagger. I think even relatively small weapons can micro stagger ons, but I think he has different micro staggers. I think he's got like a short one, and I think he's got a longer one, and I think, yeah, the Starfist would probably only do the shorter micro staggers. Which is probably not enough to full combo, but it wouldn't be horrible. But these are two counter examples to what I said of most DLC bosses. The range doesn't matter that much. It matters on Demi-Human Swordsman, and it matters on Mariga. These are two that it definitely matters on.
I will say, again, I feel like people forget about this. Demi-humans do not like fire. This is a built-in weird statistic that if they get hit by fire, they freak out. They do this. They want to like stop, drop, and roll. So if you have fire in your Starfist, even if you if you just do like a normal R1, Demi-Human Swordsman reacts to that and still is technically a micro stagger. So you could try and do that instead, but obviously we don't have the time for that right now. But Flame Grease wouldn't be too bad.
Oh yeah, Flame Grease would be a great way to do it. Much cheaper than the full-on flame whetstone, and you wouldn't need an extra Ash of War to apply to the Starfist. That is maybe one downside of Starfist in the DLC, is there's just fewer Ashes of War that apply to it.
Yep.
There's the perfumed oil of Radahn, but Blanks now knows, wait, Chris is here, but Chris is not close enough to stop me from getting Demi-Human Swordsman. So this actually worked out very, very well for Blanks, where he gets kind of perfect information to know he's not going to get sniped here, and that he is sniping Chris. So very, very well it's going to work out for Blanks here.
We'll see how this fight goes for him. He is currently getting some charged R2s and some jumping R2s. Nice stagger as well with these Starfists. Does Chris check the weapons? Does he see the Starfist? Blanks has to be careful. These attacks can be deadly. Chris did not grab the Starfists.
What? Star-O Chris did not grab the Star-O Fist? This is... I can't believe it.
Did he not look?
He must not have looked careful enough. He certainly should have. He
no.
Halberd.
He didn't get the Starfist from the shop. So Blanks got it from the Oathseeker set because of the Pada weapons. That's a fist weapon.
Oh, is that where he got it? Oh, you're right.
Yeah.
Oh.
Wow. What a pickup.
Uh-oh.
That's
yeah,
a crazy pickup.
Was right next to it, but did not continue on to grab it because he got sniped on the DLC full armor sets. He didn't go grab it, and now, I mean, could be a runaway for Blanks if his weapon is just better throughout the whole game. Blanks already killed the Demi-Human Swordsman way before Chris even got to upgrade, so now Chris knows, oh no, now I have to give up the base game boss in the DLC too. Yeah, that is rough.
He does block the diagonal, which feels at least semi-decent here, but he's already like, okay, I have to be more preemptive on some of these other squares. Downstairs definitely has quite a few things available here. Ceiling tree, currently not a pressure point, which is nice. Honestly, I'm looking at column 1 here. I don't think column 1 is actually even that bad. For Chris, you can go for Furnace Golem. You can have Burning Ceiling Tree as like one of the last things to go for, painting rewards. There is base game boss and DLC here for Blanks, though. 4 squares to 2 right now, 2-square lead. And we'll see what Blanks does next, as he currently has a really nice lead. Maybe looking at Golden Hippo Letta Rune. I mean, that row 4 now looking extra juicy for him specifically.
Yeah, no, I really am looking at that Golden Hippo Leda Rune. It also gives you one of the bosses for Bear Lion Hippo, so it's got synergy there as well. Gets you access to Shadowkeep, which you would need. You need that eventually for painting rewards. It gets you better access to Remembrance bosses for Remembrance. Like, there is so much behind Hippo that I think going there is a great call. As far as, is there any reason to need to go backside access on this one? There is given Iris of Grace, so they might want to go backside access as well, but I would be very happy to get the first access to Shadowkeep with the Hippo and get a ton of value for it right away. Yeah.
Dragon's Pit here right now for Chris. I don't know if he's fully upgraded yet. I did see him try to upgrade, but I'm not sure if it's fully upgraded because he did move kind of quickly here, but doesn't have an Ash of War yet for the anchor either, so he has to rely on greases. So
honestly, the greases are solid. Ooh, Blanks missing that jump, does have to quit out here. He is going for the Verdigris Discus. This is nice because it's on the opposite diagonal. So he got one diagonal blocked, but not the other diagonal just yet. So he could go Verdigris Discus into Golden Hippo.
No, he's going for Rolana.
Set up that. Oh, Rolana. This could be for dupe or Remembrance. It is an early dupe and gets you set up for Remembrance boss with a Remembrance weapon. Yeah. Not a bad call either.
Also Night Boss.
Some good synergy there.
There's that too.
Oh, that's true. Yeah. No, great synergy here. I would like the Golden Hippo. I think there's maybe a little faster, maybe a little more synergy, but I don't think this is bad whatsoever. Chris going for the Dragon Halberd Loger. A nice quick square. Not a lot of synergy to it, but I mean, it is another fist weapon claw check, so maybe he finds something nice there.
Yeah, and we do have that square on row 2, column 3, so at least he's blocking out some of those bingos. After this, though, I don't really know. We're seeing a lot of one-offs, obviously, for both of them, right? Some quick one-off squares. And then after that, I don't know. I feel like if I was Chris, that Golden Hippo let us square, the combination really would bother me. That's a very squarey. Very scary setup.
Very squarey square.
Yeah. So I don't know. I think right now putting your focus on Loger, I don't know if that's worth it here, but Chris going to be grabbing it in just a moment.
Whereas Blank's heading right into that golden hippo, so he's set up for verdigris discus potentially. He's set up for Ralana potentially, but he is committing to actually hippo. So he's held a little priority here, which is going to work out really, really well for him, as Chris is not having the best Loger fight. It's not the worst either. He's not like dying. I say jinxingly because now all of a sudden he is dying. Oh, he's low. He's got to
No
be careful.
armor.
Okay, but finishes Loger off.
Go.
Yeah. There we go. Kills Loger the Beast Claw.
Bear
4-3,
claws.
but Blanks is about to get one more square and have a ton of priority onto some other squares. So,
See, it's hard.
We'll
it's hard to say
it's hard.
that.
Speaking is hard. We've been doing this for hours already.
It's a toughie out here. But yeah, Golden Hippo going
yeah.
down, not even a problem at all on the Star Fists. Poison Mist and some Skidoo fragments, huge here. This should tell Chris, like, dude, Leda Rune is a problem, which gives you only Furnace Golem and Lamentor to deal with. Honestly, again, if you grab Furnace Golem, you block out the row 4 here, but also the column 1 then, right? But Blanks already has a bit of advantage on kill boss of Bear, Lion, Hippo, so you got that.
But he's instead going for the Hanging Pot Bell Bearings, it looks like is what Chris is heading for right now. He does miss it on the first try. He's going to have to get back up there. Honestly, whenever I go for this square, I don't mind having the throwing darts from Tiolier, the little poison throwing darts, as a backup if I miss one.
Yeah.
That way I don't have to go all the way back around. But Chris is instead going all the way back around. Hopefully he hits it the second time. He does. I thought he was going to miss it.
That looked weird.
That was very weird.
I did not like that
Blanks,
jump tech at all.
Yeah, Blank's grabbing the imbued sword key. Looks like he will go and actually finish off Verdigris Discus here, setting up that possible diagonal. And since he has better access into Shadowkeep, he's maybe got better access to painting rewards as well. The only thing on that diagonal he doesn't currently have that access to is Iris of Grace. So Blank's maybe looking to pressure that diagonal. I would not hate to see it from him. He could even give up Later Rune just to get faster access to possible painting rewards.
Yep. Just creating line after line, like we've said. If you just keep building more and more threats, there's more and more things to block. And it worked out in game 1. We saw Blanks at one point having 3 bingo lines available to him. And right now, that's pretty much the same case scenario here. It already had the first diagonal, second diagonal currently building. And that Verdigris Discus is going to give him row 4 and row 5 and the top left, bottom right diagonal to work with here. So things are getting kind of scary already.
Yeah, it's definitely a very spicy one, especially because Chris, it looks like, is chasing on this Verdigris Discus in order to try to block that diagonal. But Blanks is way ahead on this. This is not going to work out for him. So another snipe from Blanks. Blanks already has sniped. He sniped away Demi-Human Swordsman, base game boss in the DLC. He sniped away more armor set. He sniped away DLC full armor sets. The only thing so far that Blanks has gotten uncontested has been Golden Hippo, and everything else Chris has chased on, lost time on, and ended up behind on. So really, really strong advantage for Blanks out of the gate here.
This is really, really tough.
Yeah.
Really tough position here for Chris. Currently 3 squares down. I'm telling you, man, that Leda Rune setup here, he has to figure something out. Because right now, we're seeing now Furnace Golem here from Blanks. He just wants to get rid of all the bingos. Blanks really loves pushing for majority while he has bingo lines available. It gives you so much board power.
And, you know, if you're a fast enough player to get all those squares you want, why not do that?
Yep.
Like, it's almost an unlosable strategy as long as you are fast enough to execute it. And Blanks is so fast. So, yeah, that looks like it is exactly what we're going to be seeing. He is doing a bunch of R1s on the Golem. I actually don't know if this is better than R2s if you don't care about stagger. I don't know what's the better DPS.
Yeah, the Furnace Golems are weird because normally when it comes to bosses or anything else, there is poise damage and normal damage, but for the Furnace Golems, it's a 2-for-1. The more damage you do, the damage triggers the staggers, not poise. So it doesn't matter how much poise damage you do. It's damage thresholds instead.
Yeah, this is why the backhand blades were so effective in previous seasons against Furnace Golems, because even though backhand blades do very little in terms of poise damage, they do so much actual damage that they could take them out very quickly. Blanks might get a 1 cycle on this Furnace Golem as well. He's doing great damage to the face here while it's down. Yeah, I think he does. Wow, what a fast kill. There it is.
Yeah,
okay,
now that row 4. Jesus Christ.
Row 4, yeah. Oh my gosh, and he's ahead on Leda Rune. He could force Chris into Lamenter, which would be a tough spot to be in. He's possibly ahead on Painting Rewards if he needs it to force Chris into Iris of Grace. Like, this is scary for Chris. He has to block 1,000 threats and has to find something of his own to set up with. But if Blanks just gets anything on row 1, Chris has no more bingo threats and has to win on majority.
Yeah, this is why we keep saying corner squares are absolutely insane to go for. In this case, Blanks doesn't even have just corner squares. He's got center square and 4 corner squares. So his movability is just off the charts right now.
Yeah, he can go where he wants. He can threaten where he wants. He can block whatever he wants. Like, Blanks is squarely in the driver's seat. And, okay, there's Hanging Pot Bell Bearings for Chris. Keeps it relatively close here, 7-4, but I expect it's going to snowball worse and worse for Chris as we go, as he just has to block so many things. This is not an impossible scenario. We've seen comebacks, but it's not looking good.
Okay, Blanks, you're opening up the door, I'm assuming, for the Leda invasion. He just has a quicker grace towards the Leda invasion from the Hippo Grace?
Yeah, I think it's so that he can both do Leda Rune and then also paintings, or maybe in the opposite order. He just kind of is set up for both of them. And doesn't actually even... Oh, now he's going to actually do the Leda Rune. Yeah. So he wants to do that first. I don't know if he needed to do that. I think he could have set up for the Leda Rune, gone directly from Hippo, and then gone from the Leda Rune straight to the painting. But, I mean, it doesn't lose too much time opening the door, so I think this is fine.
But, yeah, he's pushing Chris into Lamenter here now, so this is just...
Yeah.
Really, really tough.
Chris,
and this time Chris
maybe
kind of
heading already right to Lamenter.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think they both kind of recognize, oh, no. Yeah, Blanks has the Hippo. He's going to get Leda Rune. Chris knows he has to go Lamenter and is just, he's eating his vegetables early. He says, I have to do this at some point. Might as well do it now. Let's not let this snowball into even more pressure on me for later. I think that's what he's doing ADM for here.
I mean, also, it is a weapon check. It's a katana check here, so maybe he also gets a good drop here. Maybe it's a great katana. Maybe, you know, it's Rakshasas. Would be very nice for him to see right now because he is facing Starfist. Dragon Halberd is not that bad, obviously, of a weapon, but you definitely want something comparable, and I think great katana or Rakshasas would really match up to the power dynamic that is Starfist's.
Yeah, for sure. He also, I saw a Great Omen Killer Cleaver in his inventory. That's also a great one to go for. Has Wild Strikes, has Bleed, is a great axe, which is just a great weapon type. So that's also something he could consider. But Chris really likes this Dragon Halberd. He has a lot of practice with it. He's very comfortable with it. And we're kind of seeing why, although he missed one attack there right as I mentioned it. But very, very solid weapon that Chris is comfortable with. So I would not be surprised to see him stick with it for most, if not all of the game.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Ooh, does take a big trade there, though. Down to low health. He's still going for the hits, though. He's not trying to heal just yet.
Very greedy.
Oh, he's trying to stop ADM from healing. Very greedy, and he gets hit for it, and he dies. But so does Blanks. Blanks dies as well. Gets fully killed by that throwing discus from Leda. They both have to restart. It is kind of a disaster for both, and at the same time, it's a disaster for neither, because at least the other person died.
At the same time.
At the same time.
Exact same time.
Script writers make it less obvious. You gotta stagger them a little bit. You can't have them die at the same time. This is a little too suspicious.
Little too crazy, a little too crazy. Yeah, for Chris specifically, I think his Skidoo level is a little low for this fight. Damage not bad. It's still yellow, but definitely a little bit lower than I expected, to be quite fair. It does get tagged there from the R1 Ancient Dragon Man. Leda really not liking that someone else is trying to stop her from invading Hornsent.
Yeah, she is a vindictive one. That's for sure. As soon as you break that the Miquella's rune, she is out for blood on everyone.
Hornset really going for a slice and dice there. Gets a bleed proc on Leda. Trying to get a frost proc on her as well with his Dragon Halberd. Chris here does get a frost proc on Ancient Dragon Man. Goes for another Ash of War tick there for a quick moment. Goes for some extra stabs. And I believe already is past the healing.
Yeah, so they're both doing a good job here. They're both actually just using the Dragon Halberd. So solid weapon against NPCs for both of them. But Blanks has got the kill first, but does have to wait a little while to actually get the rune. Chris still in this fight, and this fight doesn't even give a square on its own, so Blanks is going to have the advantage 8-4 here coming up real soon. Oh, gets absolutely slammed, though. Has to be careful, Chris. He's at about half. Okay, he does heal up, but has to very quickly get out of the way of that attack. Oh, gets tagged again. He's going for a lot of hits here to try to interrupt, and they're not always working out for him. Luckily, ADM is out of healing, so he doesn't have to worry about that again. Trying to keep up the pressure.
So tough, dude. Getting smacked when you're trying to counterattack is so infuriating, and that's why I'm laughing, because I know what it feels like when you're like, okay, I have a rhythm now to fight this NPC, and all of a sudden they just throw out a random attack. You're like, okay, that just absolutely threw me off. This attack, just gotta be careful. Nice roll.
He definitely risked it there. He did one extra attack before rolling the Dragon Maw, but nice, finishes him off there. Much cleaner fight the second time from Chris. Did not risk it as much. He backed off a lot more often and healed and does well. Yeah, Dragon Skill Blade, I mean, there's Dragon Arts on the board, but also Dragon Halberd does anti-dragon, is that right?
Yeah.
It does have dragon in the name. Okay. So he had anti-dragon anyway. I don't expect he'll swap. I think the katana is probably a little worse than the halberd overall, although they're pretty similar.
Yeah, Blanks here, I believe, is going for paintings. I don't even think Blanks is looking at row 4. I think he's genuinely looking at the diagonal here, top left, bottom right. Doesn't have an Iris of Grace just yet, but he does already have one of the paintings. He has access to the other painting as well. And now he just has to kill Ancient Dragon Man to get access to that area to even get the reward. And then after that, Iris of Grace is the only thing left here. Really putting Chris in a bit of a chokehold with all these different bingo lines.
Yeah, Chris is going to have to do Lamenter, and then by the time he does Lamenter, then Blanks... Oh, he's not going straight for Lamenter. He's going for Dragon Hearts first, actually, is what it looks like. But by the time he gets this, if Blanks marks painting rewards, then yeah, Chris is just forced into Lamenter, forced into Iris of Grace. Chris will have no bingo lines left. Chris will be behind on majority, so Blank's doing a great job of pushing the advantage while he has it. He has the advantage, and he is not letting up pressure, and this is really nice play from him. Don't give Chris any opportunities to come back into it, and so far, Chris has not had any opportunities. So, very nice play from Blanks.
Chris having a really solid dragon fight here, though, going for the good old double wielding jump strat. Has Omen Killer Cleaver and Rusted Anchor, dealing some really solid damage here versus the Jagged Peak Drake. Trying to get one more stagger. There it is. Already got a bleed proc on him. Going to go for some more wild strikes, I'm assuming. Nope, going for some more jumping L1s instead. Oh,
yeah, the jumping L1s are very good.
That is tough here. Good RNG, though, for Chris. No flying attacks, really. So there he is. Gets one Dragon Heart. Now making his way towards Lamenter would be my guess.
No, he's headed up the mountain, I think. No, this is towards Lamenter. Never mind. Yeah. It's hard to tell. It's hard to tell that arena. He is headed generally in the direction of Lamenter. That's the only thing I really see over in this direction.
No, he's not. He's going towards... No. Why?
Okay, well, never mind. I guess Dragonheart, but like, that's not your fastest Dragonheart. You can just do the Magma Worm. Is there any other reason to go up here? Painting rewards eventually.
I guess.
He might be going directly to painting rewards, try to take that away so that he doesn't have to do Iris of Grace. I think that could totally make sense for him to do. But I think Blank still gets there faster because Chris does not have full access to Shadow Keep yet to get the painting there. He does have the one painting that he collected while he was trying to get DLC full armor sets, but Blanks has that one as well. And then Blanks also has access to Shadow Keep, so he has access to the other painting, and Blanks just killed ADM. So as long as Blanks continues on the painting path, Blanks will win it, but he could be scared of getting sniped, so maybe he swaps. Okay, Chris is going for Dragon Hearts first.
Yep, he's going to cash in Dragon Hearts, then going to go for, I believe, Paintings right afterwards or something, and then Lamenter. He's going to be staggering out some of these squares, trying to crawl his way back into a majority / standoff with Blanks. But right now, Blanks still very much in the driver's seat right now. Row 4 still looking incredibly scary. Diagonal looking very tough. But he also has column 2. He also has column 4. So these are all different options that Blanks can just be like, oh, I'll just do this. Literally, Blanks can look at a square and be like, I'll do that right now. Why not? Like, there's no
he's
forced
got a
decision
buffet.
making.
Yeah, he could do Ravana, which is a boss with Knight in the name, and then he could do Per Remembrance, and then he's, you know, forcing Chris into full Gravebird armor set on that column 4. Like he genuinely, whatever Blanks wants to do right now is likely to work out very well for him.
Oh, and here we go. The charge of the Magma Worm dealing a lot of damage. Chris has to be a little careful here. It does not have the Magma Worm stopping at any point now. And it looks like that Blanks might be setting up for Lamenter here, potentially. He is currently in the vicinity of Lamenter. Maybe just grabbing this Grace and going back, not too sure. Or just actually eating his vegetables as well, finishing the line that he created.
It would be very unexpected from him. Game 1, he set Chris up to think he never finishes his vegetables, to set him up to think he never goes for the line until the literal last square. So it would be very, very sneaky of him to go for it right now, especially because he just sees Dragon Hearts marked. Maybe Blanks now knows, wait, Chris is not near Lamenter. I can get this.
Yep.
And that would just end the game very, very early. That could be like a 40 to 45 minute bingo that we could see here.
Chris now going for Savage Lion's Claw. Ash of War going to be grabbing that just so he has a little bit of an increase in damage here. But that's costing him more time that Blanks gets just for going for Lamenter.
Yeah. Yeah, we now know Blanks is ahead, but Blanks is also a split pusher. He's also a split progress. He does not always commit to things. So we'll see. There is a chance he still gets the Lamenter Grace, pivots out, and then only comes back to Lamenter later if he sees Chris mark another square.
I don't know. I feel like with seeing Dragon Hearts on the board right now, I do not believe that Blanks would back out of this one. He's close enough to Lamenter that he can make the very strong, confident decision of like, I'm good. Like, I can do this. I can do this right now.
I mean, in the last game we saw, he had Gargoyles dead, he saw Chris mark a square, and he didn't pivot back to Fia's. So, you never know. Blanks very, very much a hold progressor. And it works out super well for him. Obviously, he has won an entire season of Bingo. He won the DLC only season 4. So, he knows what to do, but in this case, he knows, I'm going to go for Lamenter. He is committing heading in here, and this will seal it out because Chris has just no opportunity to get there before Blanks can.
Yep. Here we go. Punching some of the old Shadowmen, sadly, in the jail.
Gets grabbed.
One of them taking a bite out of him real quick. Chris going for the full jumping
funny.
Ash of War, too. Oh, sorry, jumping build with Claw Talisman.
Yep. I do love that. It's so heavy, though. He cannot wear any armor. He is currently fat rolling. Has to take off the only piece of armor he had on. Maybe he can have at least a helm on. But yeah. It is interesting, though, that every hit that Blanks takes while going through this jail can make it a little bit scarier because you want to go straight into Lamenter. There's no Grace at the bottom to refill your healing flasks.
Yeah.
So Blanks does maybe want to be a little careful as he goes through this jail, but even if he dies and has to reset Lamenter, he'll still get this square easily for sure.
Chris dealing with Hippo right now. Should be getting a bleed proc here very soon. Phase 2 for Hippo in just a second.
Oh, doesn't quite get the stagger. If he did one more jump attack, I'm almost positive it would. There it is. Nice. Staggers him out of the needles. Should finish off the Hippo with this riposte. Oh, misses the hip post. That hitbox on it can be a little weird. He tried to get it from the side. Oh, also gets blasted. Blasted with needles. Oh, and the grab. Get out of there, Chris. No, he gets grabbed. Is that gonna full kill him? Oh, it doesn't. It doesn't. He lives at 1. He lives at 1. He is so close to
Wow.
dead. He needs to find a time to heal. Okay, he heals, but now the needles are coming out. He has to run from them. Okay, he should be fine from here. Goes for the jump attack. Doesn't quite kill. One more will do it. There it
There we
is.
go.
Nice job, Chris. Finishes out the boss. Just barely.
And here we go. Lamenter. Last door to open. Blanks making it over here. Also having it to where the shaman doesn't block you from entering through the door. Gets down the ladder. And if we see a clean Lamenter here from Blanks, this might be curtains.
Yeah. That is what it should be. I wonder what weapon he's going to go for. Right now, he's got the Star Fist out. Oh, well, right now he's going to punch him. He's a fan of the you punch Lamenter so that you actually don't do that much damage to him while accumulating the visual of blood loss on him so that it's much easier to identify the correct bloodied Lamenter when he does do the phase transition. And now is going for Star Fist punching. This would not be my pick. It doesn't have a good, like, AoE to deal with multiple Lamenters trying to swarm you.
Yeah.
Let's see, does he swap? Ooh, Jawbone Axe with Wild Strikes could be interesting. Dragon Halberd could be interesting, but he is sticking
Oh, there he
with
found
the
him.
Star Fist. Oh,
Locks
easy
on
to see
eyes with
because
the
he blooded
Lamenter.
him so much. Yeah, yeah.
There it is.
Nice hits.
Wow, really
Okay.
solid damage here from Blanks for sure.
Yeah.
And we are looking at a GG's no rerees here for game 2. Blanks mostly god damn it, mostly taking it home on game 2 here. Going to be moving into the finals here with Tom in just a moment. Has one more cycle probably with Lamenter.
Nice, identifies the correct one immediately. Oh, it just instantly knocks him out of this. Should be able to kill him before
Big
Lamenter does any
damage.
more transitions. That'll clean it up. There's no way to lose from this spot. And there it is.
There it is.
Bang,
Cash in,
Lamenter.
bang, boom. Ticket into the finals here. Blanks versus Tom in the winners bracket finals is going to be absolutely insane. Chris moving on into the losers bracket here, facing Ness tomorrow, and we'll see how that goes. But GG's here to Blanks, GG's to Chris. That is the match for today. Wow.
Yeah, well played by both of them. I mean, especially well played by Blanks. That second game was a dominant performance. Honestly, Chris did great in both games as well, especially that first game. Actually got to 13 squares, but just did not get all the blocks he needed. So both of them played incredible, and I would not be surprised to see Chris come through the losers bracket and still possibly make it through. But, you know, either Blanks or Tom is going to be one of your US representatives. One of the two of them will definitely be in, and the other one will still have a chance in the losers bracket. So we'll see how it all shakes up in the weeks to come.
Actually, yeah. Actually insane. What an insane matchup. I really wonder where the big difference was here when it came to the DLC match. We'll find out here, obviously, in just a moment, talking to the players. Give them just a second here to collect their bearings, if you will. Not the pot bell bearings. God damn it, Tom! So close. All right. Perfect. We're going to bring on the first board. Oh, Jesus Christ. That's a little too big. I'm so sorry. There we go. Got that. Got that. Here we go. Board number 1. Let's bring in Blanks first. Hold on. We are ready for Blanks. And we'll bring him in, talk about this, see how both of them feel. I'm assuming Chris feels disheartened, obviously, with how game 1 went. And that maybe that translated over into the game 2. I'm not too sure. And it just overall not respecting the lines, I feel like, in this case. Yo, welcome in, Blanks. GG's.
Thank you. GG's, guys.
Absolute insane first match, and then obviously into the second match just as well. We'll get into the match analysis with you and Chris, obviously, together, but we just want to talk to you first here real quick. How does it feel winning the series?
It's come as a surprise that I was able to win the base game match after, you know, the start that I had in that game. But, you know, there was one moment when it just kind of clicked for me. I was just kind of like, you know, it sucks. I made a couple mistakes, but I'm still in this, you know, like it's really, really hard to recover mentally after, you know, a few deaths like that. But I started counting my blessings. You know, I'm like, you know, I got stones to upgrade. I just need to get some money. So I went for Radahn with the Colossal. And yeah, I mean, I think this was, for me, a very, very important match to win because it proves that you can win when you're down a couple of squares at the start.
Yeah. Yeah. No, 100%.
Yeah.
What was the overall like mental prep for you going into this match with Chris? Like, was there anything specific that you're keeping an eye out for that you felt like you had to prepare specifically facing Chris, or was it just overall like prep that you made sure you had for today's match?
My practice, I guess, or prep for Chris was that Chris likes the sneaky lines, the runaway bingos, the things where he doesn't mind going down early if it means that he can catch someone off guard completely with a line, you know, towards at the end of the match. And so for this DLC one, for example, you know, I thought my play of Moore's armor sets was good, but I did eyeball that column 2, and I was like, that can be scary if he just runs Elec River right away.
Yeah.
So I was thinking, I was like, I need to just get on defense mode as soon as I finish my play.
Yeah, no, that didn't matter.
Nope.
Yo.
Welcome in, Chris.
Yo, GG's.
GG's.
Jeez, Chris.
What a match that was.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so we're gonna get into match analysis here in just a bit with both you guys for
Yeah.
match 1 and match 2. But before we did that, we asked Blanks just now, and we would like you to answer this too. Is there any specific prep that you did for this best of 3s versus Blanks specifically, or was there anything specific that you're looking out for that you would hope to see in either match that you could maybe counter or whatever?
Not really. Just play bingo is kind of the
Okay.
plan.
That's fair. That's fair.
In
Yeah,
DLC, I was like, I probably shouldn't race him on stuff at the start, but I wasn't sure if he would go for armor sets or for like coast setup weapon. Pretty sure he was gonna go for armor sets, but yeah, and so I lost that on the more. I assume he didn't stop at Fort Reprimand or do TLE's concoction
Correct.
stuff. Yeah.
Yeah, we'll get into that later. That's match analysis, Chris. We're just
I'm
talking
just
about
saying,
your
but
mental
like
prep.
stuff like that, if I'm gonna race him on stuff, I need to cut every corner and not like
Yeah.
and not like
For
half
sure.
and half. Well, I mean, it wasn't really half and half. I still skipped a lot, but I grabbed one Grace and Reprimand because the night bosses and stuff.
For what it's
Sure.
worth, I
Yeah,
also
yeah.
cut a lot of corners too to get.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I
sets,
mean,
but-
yeah, you
Yeah,
were you
yeah.
got the armor like 10 to 20 seconds before I did.
I
So was like,
think-
okay, yeah.
Yeah, even with Chris cutting corners, Blanks cut a little bit more corners by not grabbing a single Skidoo fragment either, where Chris picked up a couple of those. So
Okay, yeah.
I think that
makes
definitely
sense.
kind of
Yeah.
made up some of that time.
Yeah, that would have. Yeah. And I also talked
yeah.
to TLEA as well once.
Yeah.
Yeah, you both did.
Both
you
of
both
you-
did. But
Yeah. And both of you got the Hippo Grace as well. That maybe could have been the last corner to possibly cut, was activate the Mikola's rune and then immediately warp out.
Yeah.
Maybe could have made the
It just made
difference.
sense to set up all that stuff. To
Yeah,
not
Yeah,
let
yeah,
him
yeah,
get
Hippo's
totally.
there.
For sure,
and-
for sure.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yep.
like too inefficient.
all right, so
Yep. I
match
agree.
1. We'll talk match 1 here first, right? I have the image up here for the viewers at home, but I'll put this in matches for you guys to look at as well, so you guys can remember match 1. I'm gonna start off in saying like, what the hell? But also, it's looking at this match layout, right? Is what was both of your guys' starting thought on this board? Because rune level 65 as a center square is a pretty mean center square, right? So both Mitch and I were talking about how you probably want to throw in a Moog, maybe a Melania here to really make up for some of the money that you need. What was your overall prep for the sport specifically? Blanks, if you want to start off first.
Sure. Yeah, so when I saw the board right away, there was a lot of like remembrance stuff along with the Bloodhound Knight. So you're kind of Radahn blocked until that square gets marked. So I was thinking like, okay, I'm gonna go for a little bit of like, I went for the smithing ones, and then I was gonna go for friendly NPCs and or tunnels and or Bloodhound Knight, some sort of like combination of all those squares. I'd progress multiple of them at once. What actually ended up happening though was that I ended up having a bunch of deaths. Like I ended up dying to Falling Star Beast, and I didn't grab the Grace inside the tunnel. I also died grabbing the 4, 5, and 6 from Altus Tunnel, which I got still, but it was inefficient for tunnels.
Yeah.
So I was thinking some sort of like somber stone tunnels, maybe throwing a Millicent here, there. And then I saw Bloodhound Knight, and I was like, I should do this now. So I did it after Millicent, but Chris beat me by probably 30 seconds because I assume he went for it sooner. And then from that point, I was like, okay, after I had those couple of deaths, I was like, all right, the way back in is to do this for Dawn Colossal only. So luckily I found the Great Club from Altus Tunnel, and I didn't have enough money to set it up as I wanted to. So I went in with like +10, but I had grabbed the Axe Talisman. So I was like, okay, I have an okay setup for this fight.
Yeah.
So I just went into Radahn NPCs, or no NPCs, Colossal. That leads to the Misbegotten, leads to the tunnels. And so that was kind of like my way back in, is to just kind of combine all that synergy and hope Chris doesn't do it before me.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What about for you,
Yeah.
Chris? Because you guys did do a little bit of a different start here. So what about for you? What was your idea?
Yeah, I mean, I saw Millicent Invader. I was like, he's gonna do that. I'm not gonna bother with that shit. And I was like, let me do Bloodhound Knight and Everjails, and that's kind of just immediately sets up this diagonal. And
you started friendly NPCs. I know
Yeah.
that was your first square.
yeah,
so...
yeah, that was it. That was it, right? And yeah, so I got some money to level to use Omen Killer Cleaver, and then just like kill the NPCs, and that kind of the Bach and Yura are kind of on the way to like Blythe,
Yes,
like a
yeah,
little
that
bit,
makes sense.
and so it's like just kind of did that on the way, sets up the column 4, and then I just go to do like explosive physics and like Everjails and stuff like that, and that kind of sets up this double like line threat.
Yeah.
And then from there, I was like, okay, let me just, now that I got some stuff, take some time to set up a weapon. And I was like in the tunnel when you marked like Colossal armaments and Radahn. I'm like, okay, I don't got to worry about Colossal now. And
Which tunnel were you in?
just the main one, like the old
Okay.
Altus tunnel.
Okay, yeah.
And so I finished that and was gonna go do like a Misbegotten tunnel. Then you marked the Misbegottens. I'm like, okay, I'll just do. I mean, I think I killed Wormface around that time, and then I just went for the Somber Bell Bearings 1 and 2 for the tunnels there. And I think I would have had the tunnels if I didn't fuck up the skip in the cave, the Star Beast one, like 4 times.
That was tough.
Usually I don't mess it up that much. So yeah, not as tough as what happened at the end of the match.
We'll get into that.
surprised me a
We'll
little
get into that. We'll get into that. Yeah. So when it came to that early game, definitely Chris was definitely ahead for the most part, and then we had the double bang here, obviously from Colossal Armaments and Radahn, which kind of brought Blanks a little bit back into the game here, right? Blocking out that column 4. Were there any specific lines that either of you were kind of looking at that was specific that you wanted to like lean into, or was it very much just like, okay, the lines that I've been rushing early on have already been kind of taken out, I'm just going to try and push majority and hit 65? Like what was the overall idea? Was there still a line, and if there was, or if there wasn't?
Yeah, I mean, I was wanting to get that diagonal, and I figured I could do God's Noble without status effects to kind of get a little bit more health, and then just like fight Melania for 65. But he marked that as I was like running in through Volcano Manor, and I was like, I should probably just pivot out and come back to this. But I didn't, and which I don't think was the worst, but maybe could have got some time elsewhere. Like if I'm already like halfway through, I grabbed the shortcut and was like, I could leave now, but I don't have to quit out and then run. So I was like, yeah, just fight Noble, and it was fine. When you have a +9 like somber weapon, it's pretty free.
Yeah.
What were you using, by the way?
I used the Clean Rot Night Spear. I think it was in Round Table.
Oh,
It's like the
I didn't
only
even
thing
check
without
Round Table.
status that I could wield. Like after like I was kind of scrounging for levels. But yeah, I was hoping to do that and then like maybe fight Melania, or I probably would have just gone to like Theodorix and another boss because Wild Strikes. I assume you did stuff like that and not Melania.
Yes. So
Yeah.
I did Snowfield Estelle pretty early, just because it's like 200k and there's like 25k in the actual tunnel. And also I did the Consecrated Avatar because it's like 180k as well. So I did those two, and then I was literally short by like $1,000. I was like, "Are you kidding me?" And so I had to go fight Wormface real quick. I was like, "I'm short like $1,000," but yeah, I was
sold
looking
some
at.
stuff.
I tried, and then I had nothing.
Oh, okay, fair enough.
I I was looking at row 3, column 3, and the diagonal from top
Yep.
left to
Oh
bottom
yeah,
right.
I
Those are
was
my
only
lines.
I wasn't
Mhm,
looking at the lines.
So
As you
yeah,
can probably tell.
so let's get into that for a second
No,
here.
we can tell.
So let's get into that for a second. So obviously from Chris's perspective, there's a lot of lines happening here, right? There's column 3, row 3, the diagonal top, top left, bottom right. For blanks, you let Fierce Champs just absolutely hang there, even after Chris did mark some squares. What made you not want to finish that lane, regardless of what you saw from Chris?
Well, at that point when he marked Sorcerer Only and Estelle, I was like, okay, so we either have equal capital access or I'm a tiny bit behind. And I was like, I'm just gonna race him on Morgoth's Great Rune because either I win or he wins. You know, like if he gets Morgoth's Great Rune, then I have a chance at Fia's because I killed Gargs.
Yeah.
But
Oh, you had already
if
killed
he-
Gargs by then? Okay.
Yeah.
Did
Yeah.
you do
So-
Regal Moose then?
Yes, I did Regal Moose.
Okay,
Yeah.
that makes
He kind of
sense.
blew up.
Yeah,
I had the Great Club, and so he kind of blew up just because I had charged.
Okay, but
Alice
Fierce
and
Champs
Crucible.
was definitely
Yeah.
available way before that, and you like way before
Yeah.
Sorcery Estelle, right? So even then, like when you
Yeah,
had the
true.
column 3, like it was there for I want to say 40 to 50 minutes. It was there for a while.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't see it.
Gee,
I'm not gonna lie.
what is up with you
Really?
guys?
Both of them didn't see the lines. What is happening?
What is up with you guys? So yeah, we'll get to the other side of the coin here, by the way.
Wait, so
Oh.
would I have one of it is Rush Fia's then?
Yeah.
Yeah,
At
yes.
any time, you could have done it literally at any
Yeah.
time, and you were
Literally
way ahead.
any
You
time.
were like
Fucking funny.
20 minutes ahead.
So we'll get to the other side of the coin here because Chris surprisingly also did not see it.
Yeah, yeah. I went to just like, oh, I just go to Fierce Champions and I get majority and block the line and I win. And then I had a crazy sorcery only Radahn fight with
I was
Shard
like,
Spiral.
what did you do?
That was
Sorcery only
sick.
and Incan only. That makes
And
sense.
my Dark fight was clean as hell with the Shard Spiral in betweens. My Fierce Champions fight was amazing. And I mark it, I'm like, all right, nice. And then I'm like, wait,
Oh,
the
the
match
game
isn't
isn't
over.
over.
Fuck, oh fuck. And then I panicked and just immediately was running to the Capitol, not taking the teleporter. It didn't matter, but like, yeah, I realized after, like, yeah, I should have
Yeah.
taken the teleporter right at Fia's.
I thought you had already
yeah.
killed Morgoth and you went down to Fia's just for like the 14 square majority win.
No, I like no progress from Morgoth.
Dude,
Well, I
like,
would have had to
Oh,
do
man.
both either way. So like, if I
Right,
started to go
right.
towards Morgoth's, I think you would have won.
so what exactly is happening here? Because like for Chris, right? This is a question for Chris. There
But
are
I guess
only
it doesn't
4
matter to
squares
somebody.
on the board, right? So how do you miss? I don't know. How do you miss row 3?
Sorry,
it just,
man, I made a mistake.
it just
What do you want
blows
from me?
it blows my mind. Blows my absolute
I'm not
mind.
just sitting there. Oh, yes, I'm a commentator. I don't have to actually think. I just be like, oh, they did this.
Oh, we're
they did
thinking
that.
the whole time, and we're thinking, what the hell are we seeing? That's what we're wondering. So
I
yeah,
wasn't. That's what.
was there ever sorcery only for you, by the way, Blanks?
I had the little like from the Omen Killer class. I had like that little glintstone pebble thing. I was like, okay, maybe I can do this on
Yeah.
Godric, and then I got to Godric, and then he marked it. I'm like, all right, well, let me just kill him for capital
bozo.
access.
Yeah, makes
fair.
sense.
Fair,
Yeah.
fair.
I do have a question for Blanks. Did you consider doing Fia's, even assuming maybe Chris gets it first, did you consider doing Fia's as possible capital access to get to Morgoth
Oh, yeah.
instead of running through Lane Dell?
Yeah, I mean,
Or is
I-
that something that you just were
Chris
like,
didn't do that
"No,
either."
I'll go the other way.
Listen,
Yeah.
I think I woke up this morning and not knowing how to play Elden Ring Bingo, and that's
Oh
why
my
the match
God.
happened the way that it
Amen,
did.
brother, amen.
Yeah.
Not the bingo part.
Yeah.
That was definitely the correct play, though. Fia's the capital. It definitely makes a lot of sense.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I also had the Great Club,
Mm-hmm.
so it would have annihilated the Fia's champs.
Yeah, I mean, even if I did rush
Yeah.
Morgoth and I get it like before you just then go to Fia's and just win. So I guess
Right,
it really
that's
didn't
what I
matter
was
for me
thinking
that I
too,
I
yeah.
did in that order. But yeah, you definitely should have just gone to Fia's after guards. That's crazy. That match could have been
That
over
is
like
pretty
10
crazy.
minutes earlier.
We're like, all right, we're just gonna sit here for a while now, watch them, you know, run to Omen
Yeah,
Tower
I
and stuff like
could tell,
that.
Like especially after I missed the line, I'm like, oh, they were just sitting there for like 20 minutes, being like, these guys are fucking stupid.
This is like this is insane. All right, moving on to match 2 here. This is the closing match out.
Yeah.
A lot of early game squares. Obviously, this was a very early early heavy board, I would say, and obviously kind of hard to read as to like what is the most critical thing to go for here. And both of you guys, surprisingly, however, made the exact same play early on, which is set up concoction and go for Moore's armor set. I mean, you have different angles still. Like you can, I mean, obviously center square with armor sets and more armor set, it makes sense. That is the most powerful setup here. But we've seen it in other matches even where like the technically like best start that you can go for, some players don't go for it because they know it might be contested and they'd rather not be contested on their startup squares just to make it, not to lose out early on right away. You know what I mean? So I was expecting someone to go to Vertigo's Discus off the rip just to, or Oil of Radahn, either or, just to have something on the board and then give up either, Moore's armor set or concoction, whichever, or left or right. But for you guys, you both made the same play here. And then after that, I guess, Chris, if you want to walk me through your early game first, after, losing Moore's armor set by just a few seconds, but getting concoction instead, what was your idea then after that being like, okay, how do I kind of like, because center square was really tough to deal with after that. What was your, I guess, like backup plan, if you will,
Yeah, I mean, right after that, I was like, okay, I can still get 3 armor sets and set up paintings and get that armor set by one of the paintings. I kind of forgot Egon is just an armor set. And so I imagine, Blanks did that in the Red Bear leather set or whatever. And it's like, oh, yeah, okay. But I already had, like, paintings and... Or, like, the painting there when he marked that. And I was like, okay, let me now just go to Coast, grab the Grace, and get Oil of Radahn. Then, like, if he snipes Oil, I just immediately go set up a weapon. But, I got Oil, and then you marked Demi-Human Swordsman as I was upgrading. I'm like, ah, shit, okay. He's already has, like, a weapon ready to go.
Yeah.
So now I've just got to go for, like, some stuff.
Yeah.
And, like, painting the rewards is on the mind. Like, I had, I got the bell bearing on the way to the ADM cave and stuff like that. Speaking of ADM, I guess before that, it would have been... it definitely would have been faster to just go out and get 2 levels to use the Omen Killer Cleaver, but I went in with just Dragon Halberd.
Where was the Omen Killer Cleaver? Was it the Grid X
It was
check?
Bonnie Village. Yeah,
Oh,
Grid
okay.
X. But yeah, I mean, I was trying to keep the pressure on ADM to have him to not heal, and I just figured he would heal after, like, in one point. I was low health, not because if I heal, then he heals, right? And so I just was greedy with it. And then he just randomly threw out an R1 when, like, usually he would heal. It's like, all right, nice, dude. Yeah, I love NPCs.
Yeah, the random just R1 backhand when he doesn't normally do that. It's just always tough.
Yeah. I mean, obviously it's my fault. Like, I should have just healed and played it safe. But have to, when I'm behind like that, you have to just really push it.
Yeah.
But yeah, then it was getting like the bell bearings and dragon hearts and stuff just kind of block some of the lines. And I was gonna go for paintings, and then I was gonna go for Lamenter, hoping you were like just holding it out. But no, then you just marked Lamenter. I was like, yeah.
Yeah. I think for me that I still have a ton of leeway because I'm up majority and have lines blocked anyway, so I can afford to get sniped on Lamenter. And I figured that like when you mark, I'm like, oh, I can just go.
Yeah.
Did you have the Grace in the jail or no?
No, I mean, just after ADM, I guess.
Yeah. I mean, to be fair, if you didn't mark, I wouldn't have just rushed it. But you marked, and I was like, okay, this is, that's
like
my
you're,
cue to
you're
just go.
ahead. Yeah.
Yeah.
So obviously, I'm not trying to be too critical of gameplay here, but just questions that just Mitch and I had during commentary, and this is for Chris and this sake here, right? Is that, well, I guess for both players almost. It's that the Golden Hippo Leda combo we thought was very, very strong here, but instead Blank's not going for it right away either, but also Chris going for like Loger Beast Claw. Is that because it just seemed like a quick weapon check or something, or was that maybe more or less because that was maybe just not an obvious play at the time, or?
It was just clawing at the wall for any scrap of something.
Yeah.
I mean, blocking column 3 and row 2, I guess. But yeah, it wasn't like, I knew it wasn't like the best play, and holy shit, he was so annoying to fight too. Like, just like a little rat.
We're using
bitch.
Omen Killer for him still.
No, that was before I had Omen Killer. I think.
Yeah, I feel like it's so hard to fight him depending on weapon type.
Yeah, I was just using Dragon Halberd, which is like fine. Like running R1s are pretty good, but he just like jumps and
Just
dodges
jumps
it
over
and all
them.
that.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
definitely very tough.
I saw the Radahn Golden Hippo like very early, but like I mentioned before, I just wanted to put out fires before Chris could start them. So when I saw he marked like oil, I was like, okay, I need to make sure that I get these two like swordsmen in base game because we both went through Elac River, I assume.
Yeah.
And at that point, I was like, let me just block as much as possible, and then I'll go back and I'll do Hippo and Radahn, maybe get one of the two. And my other play was to do Lion pretty early for Stew / Lion Bear Hippo, because that would effectively help towards blocking row one and column one. So like there was still like, if I had lost Radahn Golden Hippo or one of the two or whatever, I still had like Dupe, Scorpion Stew, Bear Lion Hippo. The only problem is that Lion doesn't drop a remembrance weapon, so you can't do that Membi with Lion. You have to use the weapon on him. But I saw a bunch of value elsewhere, like Knights, Sealing Tree, Gravebird. There was still a lot of value on the board, so I didn't see the Golden Hippo Letta as like the end all be all. I just saw it as more of like thing to do kind of when you have time for it. So I assumed it's similar progress on sets / whatever else.
Okay.
Yeah.
I guess, like, obviously, hindsight, Harry, is that, Golden Hippo Letter Rune was actually way more powerful than it seemed at the time. But yeah, the rest of the board definitely was very tough to deal with, especially once you have, in Blank's situation, having 4 lines kind of, like, staring you in the face here. I guess, last question for me, or Mitch, do you have any questions at all that you're holding on to?
Not really. This second game, it was a little more straightforward because Blank's got that early advantage. So it felt like Chris was clawing at stuff. I guess the only question would be about Chris. You did get sniped on quite a few things. Do you feel like that was something you could have just gone a little faster, or it just kind of is the luck of the draw kind of rolled how it was?
I mean, the discus I knew was like a little risky in that I'd probably get sniped on that because he like just did Hippo and can just immediately bounce to that, and he probably had the Grace out in front of it already, which it seemed like he did.
Yeah, I went from the Berlana Grace down the elevator, then just grabbed the sword key.
And then I mean, after he's marked Demi-Human, I needed to just go upgrade a weapon and just go to Hippo, I think is what would have been better. I think I instead just kind of just ran around for like some map progress a little bit, for like some bell bearings or something.
Fair. Yeah, very fair. Yeah, it's a bit of a tough board, I feel like, to read, especially when it develops the way it did. It's kind of hard to be like, okay, what exactly is the next optimal play to
there's
kinda
a lot
claw
of, there's
myself
not
back?
like, there wasn't like a, this is the best thing to do.
There's a lot of synergy everywhere.
Yeah. And, once you're behind on a board like that, Blanks can like, or whoever's ahead can just pick and choose just whatever squares and just kind of win.
So,
did you get
I guess I
Starfist,
did
by the
have.
way?
Oh,
What,
sorry.
Blanks?
Did you get Starfist from that armor set, the Pata armor set?
No. There was start.
well,
You
got
sniped
that
him
armor
on
set?
that right before he grabbed that armor set, and he pivoted out.
Wait, you
without
didn't get that
grabbing
armor
it.
set, or you did get that one instead of?
Yeah, I didn't.
He
do
did get
Egon.
that one
Okay,
instead of
because
Egon.
I
You didn't have a weapon
Yeah.
set up by then. Yeah, that makes sense then. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, I did want to ask Blanks about the Jawbone Axe start. Do you consider that to be like a great weapon? Because there were a couple great axes at the start that I would have gone for. So I was interested that you went for the Jawbone Axe start. Was that so that you could use it early,
Wild
or?
strikes.
Yeah, it
does
has
have
wild
wild
strikes.
strikes.
I
That's-
liked
yeah,
the
that's it.
anchor. There was a lot of good weapons, like throughout the. Honestly, this was a really good seed of weapons, in general.
Yeah.
But I chose Jawbone because of the wild strikes for potential. Like it's good versus the death dragons. It's good versus like
true.
NPCs. I just always enjoy a wild strikes weapon. I don't know if
Is
they
it
really
fair?
work on Logar, but yeah, it's just really good.
Did the Death Dragons drop a Dragon Heart?
Yes, they do.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
That's what I thought.
Dragonheart
Hearts
and
and a Somber
Somber 10.
Yeah.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough. Well, I mean, hey, GG's Blanks here for moving on into the winners finals versus Tom now. Chris,
Cooked for
not
that one,
out.
That's okay.
Yeah, no, Chris not out just yet. Moving into the losers bracket here, going to be facing.
Yeah, losers bracket
Ness
round
tomorrow.
1, even though I won a game already. But
Yep.
it's all right. You know.
That's how the bracket works.
That's how it is.
That's,
Yep.
yeah.
Mhm.
that's how the
It's all
bracket
fair.
works. So Ness, Chris tomorrow, and Blanks Tom next week. Yeah, that's pretty much it. Going to be excited to watch both matches. Going to be very, very sick. And we'll see you guys soon. Chris, we'll see you tomorrow. And
Yay!
have a good rest of your Saturday, guys.
Thanks for having us. GGs.
Thank you, Domo.
GG's,
GG's.
GG's. Crazy.
Yeah, it was fun.
Insane. I can't believe it. But here we are. You know, we're 2 players at the top of their game. Both don't see a bingo line, and they're just like, I'm gonna go for something else.
Both don't see different bingo lines. There were 2 of them, and they both
Bananas.